9. Guess who's in a... guess who's still kind of sick? I think I've been dealing with allergies ever since the spring season started up, but like, I assume it's allergies. I don't think I'm coming down with anything. But no, guess who's in a do menial task for 16 hours, sleep for 8, if that, and then repeat. It's me. So we're playing Vintage Story. Playing Vintage Story right after I got done playing... Fuck, how much 14 was I playing last night? I think I stayed up till like 6 in the morning. Just... I not even doing any main story stuff. Literally just doing crafting and gathering. Like, I've hit 50 on multiple crafting and gathering classes just from doing shit last night. I don't know why I'm so enthralled by it in games. I'm shocked I don't have more survival crafters on Steam, and why I have but significantly less of a desire to actually, like, buy them on Steam. It's like, why am I not buying that for the Steam sale, you know? It's so simple. Like, there's stuff like Space Engineers, stuff like Empyrean, stuff like... I already have Arc. I don't know if I get it. Arc Ascended. Is Arc Ascended even worth it? I don't know. One second. Alright, now that I've guaranteed I'll be up for another 20 minimum, 20 hours. So let's get into this. Fucking forgot I was still sideways. Hang on. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, we're doing more of this, and it feels weird doing this, knowing that... What's it? Not build, as in the title. The next update is coming out, 1.22, I believe, is coming out pretty soonish. I've seen, it's in like an early access state, the early access of the early access, because game development is like that these days. But no, they're adding a bunch of new stuff. A lot of which, actually not, some of which is stuff that I've modded in, but a lot is not and distinctly different. So, like, technically I still have a fuller game playing it modded like this, but I don't know, it feels weird. It's like with the title. Zomboid. You know, Build 42 added so much shit. And other one. But it's, it's still in development. It's still in an unstable state. So it's like the big thing with it is that it doesn't have, I don't think it does. Last I checked it didn't, it might now. But stable multiplayer. That's still like a Build 41 thing. And not available for Build 42. So, like, if you want to play on a server with people, you either have to, like, take your chances or go back to Build 41. And, again, Build 42 makes so many sweeping changes that it's like, damn, feels weird going back to play this version. But that's actually a lie, because I've not played the new update of Vintage, and I'm going to be honest, I have not played Build 42 of Zomboid yet. Like, I have zero experience with it. I've kind of learned some of the systems through, like, an osmosis kind of deal. Like, I know there's, like, muscle strain, there's, like, farm animal raising, there's all kinds of, like, new crafting systems and whatnot. There's a new aiming system for guns, but, like, I I haven't tried out new Zomboid at all. And frankly, maybe I should one of these days. I don't know. It's been a while since I picked up Zomboid, is what I'm saying, basically. Well, this loads. Let me get some music going. How do I open a new window on Firefox again? Control N. Why is Control Shift P private if Control N is going to be new window? Why can't it be Control Shift N like every other browser? If I don't want to clog up my search history with one-off like weird searches, then why must I remember that it's P and not N? Damn you. Uh, let's see. Let's put on the Yakuza 3H soundtrack. I use Spotify, but now which one of these was it you? Praying this is the right one. Yes, it is, but that's really loud. I apologize. I'm not adding the fucking dog clicker. That is like, I'm putting my foot down. No, no dog clicker. I'm sorry. I'm not actually sorry. Shit, actually. 1 second. I'm sorry. Sorrybot has a dog fact command? Oh. What else can, is it just dogs or what else can it do? Does it have like a bird fact thing? I I really ought to explore Saribot more, huh? Because I just have I have the mixed up general commands in here, but like I have Sari in here as well, just as like a general bot killer. But I have no idea the kind of shit it can actually do. I should look into that more. Anyway, I'm back. Hello. I have no idea what I was. Oh, hot. I have no idea what I was doing. I have no idea what I wanted to do. All I know is that I need food. Yeah, no, where was I? Anyway, probably talking about survival crafters. Good. Oh dear. What have you done? You've killed me. Killed my name. Gnasale. I think I was yapping about survival crafters, though. You know, I'm kind of shocked I don't lap those up more often. With how much I love, again, doing menial tasks in games that involve survival and or crafting. It's probably a time thing, though. It's like, that's a rare moment of lucidity where I'm like, okay. It's like with the Intellivision and the shelf thing. Where it's like, I want this. I think it would be fun. Even if just a 2-week phase. I just don't have 2 weeks to give. Or I would make 2 weeks to give, and it would be unhealthy. Like, many a long night have I lost playing Ark. Especially, like, early on in college. Like, even if I had, like, shit to do in the morning, even if I was working a part-time job at that time, I would still stay up way too late, and I'd probably piss the hell off out of my roommate. Even if I was, like, I was trying to be as quiet as possible, but it's fucking Ark, so my PC's fans were, like, going, you know? And then, not to mention the clicking. Just all the clicking you'd have to do. Just because that's the way Ark is, you know, you ride in on a big old T-Rex, and you stomp anyone around you, but, like, sometimes those dinos can be tanky. So you gotta click a munch. So that probably wasn't easy on the ears. Generally, though, what... I know... Clearly, I ended last stream making a bunch of bronze. So maybe... Maybe I was focusing on making bronze tools? Oh, goody. A storm is approaching. Storm is approaching, and I don't really have the food to get through it, so, good luck to me. But yeah, I guess that would be the place to start, huh? Making bronze tools. Motherfucker! All I want is the fruit! I can't think of anything better to do in the midst of a storm than to forge some goodies. Wonder how hard this gonna end up being with the everything being all wibbly and warbly. No! Everything's fine. Mushrooms. I probably brought this up last time too, but, like, it's kind of ridiculous how many mushrooms I've just passed up, like edible ones too, because it's not like you have to think about, like, oh, or, like, it just tells you whether a mushroom is edible or not, or whether it'll kill you. So, and they last a good while too, and it's not like I forget what their conditions are, but they do respawn, so I don't know why I haven't just been picking up every edible mushroom I come across as a stable food supply. Like, Mmm. Mushroom stew. Been a hot second since I've had a good mushroom, though. Like, some good stuffed mushrooms right now, I might actually kill for that. I heard you, fucker. I've really had, like, them in soup form. Always a very solid kind of mushroom. As you do. But yeah, just, like, stuffed with some sausage and peppers. Oh my god! I hate those things. They're so fast. Yeah, bronze tools. Need those. Oh, hang on, yeah. Lord knows I'm gonna just eat all the berries. And then... Did I put all my fucking charcoal out here? I did. I really gotta, like, stick this in a crate. Because, like, I can make those now. I can make a crate. Actually, I think I just need more charcoal, period, but... What can you do? Hey, crate. Crate, 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 crate. Just a shit ton of planks. Oh boy. I'm gonna go through the hell that is... Where is most of... Didn't I have, like, chests or something somewhere? It was out there. Fuck me. Okay, can I at least make a crate out of... Lovely. Base game materials I can make out of modded planks. You have a use after all. Control O. Oh. So, I got 12 ingots. What do I want to make? What do I want to make? Audio balancing yet again. What do I... Tin bronze. Because I feel like there was a lot I wanted to make. A crossbow is one of them, for sure, actually. God, why am I so... I feel like I need to supply tissues in here. I need some kind of weapon. I definitely need a pickaxe, an axe, at least 10. A hammer? Maybe? Like, a pickaxe is the big one. Everything else is... really is just kind of gravy. Yeah, crossbow, Maybe a spear. Or some kind of weapon. Is there anything else I really want? Nails and strips. I could make a bunch of those. A knife. A knife would be good. And a shovel? Knife, shovel, basic set of tools, basically. Or armor as well. Yeah, bronze crossbow, stirrup crossbow, simple crossbow. I wanted a repeating crossbow, and I need nails and strips. So some nails and strips. I could. Oh, damage multiplier 5? The problem with these stronger crossbows is that like, they take specific things. Recurve bow staves, bush meat, leather. I need leather for that. So if I hit 4 ingots, I'll do pickaxe, axe, knife. No. Pickaxe, axe, weapon, whatever it be. Pickaxe, axe, weapon, crossbow. Some nails and strips. Okay. And hammer. Got one of those handy. Oh, I have a copper knife. Some of this stuff I don't remember picking up, but probably got it from, like, what's it? Some incidental ruins. Armor. Oh, I need armor. Well, what kind of armor types do we have? Lamellar. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of, that. Sorry. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a bunch of tissues. How much do I get from one of these? It's a lot of... Armor is expensive, I realize. I'm sure that's by design, but... Did I add... I added 4 pieces of charcoal. Damn it all. I remembered, just a little too late, that you can, in fact, heat up 4 ingots with 1 bit of charcoal and work them all. I picked such a horrible place to settle. Holy Christ. I gotta find something. Grasshoppers? Those are grasshoppers? Hang on. I'm sorry. I can't. Where is it? Where is it? Vintage story. Assets. Sounds. Environment. No. Wind. Player? I'm going into the game files at this point because I am so unbearably sick of this fucking grasshopper ambience. Voice? Where are you? Walk. Survival. You're somewhere. Creek. Drip. Effect? It just hit me. Am I running this game off? Am I running this game off my SSD or? Weather? I don't know, man. There's a mod for it. I could download the mod for it. Maybe I'll download the mod for it. Just anything to get rid of these damn grasshoppers. Alright, time to work. Pickaxe first. Boy, do I... Boy, do I love a good MIDI cowbell. Now that I've started playing Bard in 14, they have a thing that lets them play instruments, and you can, like, play notes on your keyboard. But I've heard people do performances of, like, actual songs, so I'm wondering, like, there's no way you learned how to do that. There's got to be some program out there that, like, you can import a MIDI and, like, just do. And I would quite like to find it, because if I can do... I don't know what I'd play. If I could play something like... I don't know. Fire Emblem music seems like it'd fit in Final Fantasy. Play like the main theme of Three Houses. Just like off in a corner somewhere. That'd be cool. Okay. The 2 scales. Where's... Do I really only get Lamella 1 at a time? Okay. Scale armor. How many scales do I need? Oh, I need to make chain first. And that's a lot of fucking chain. Good luck me while I... Listen, as long as the creatures of hell don't invade my home while I do this, like, everything's okay. Everything is perfectly fine. I mean, shit, though, now that I have all that charcoal in the forge, now I feel, like, compelled to forge more stuff. The only problem is I don't know what. Weapon. Shovelhead. Bronze. Let's see what weapons we can make. Bardiche. Oh, this does work. Hell yeah. You can make a mace. But this doesn't have the, I don't know if this does... I don't know if I added compatibility. Warhammer. Spiked mace. I assume these all have, like, different animations and whatnot. And, like, speeds. So, like, there would be a valid reason for me not to make, like, just whatever does the highest damage. Because, like, why wouldn't I just go for the highest damage option, you know? Falchion. Ooh. Bulge. I can throw it, but I wouldn't need to. A fork, that's good for throwing. Rancer, even better for throwing. Boar. Oh, can I not make a bronze falchion? Aww. I really like the idea of a falchion. It's my favorite kind of sword. Which I think... that just kind of evolved into machete, huh? Anyway. What about a basic Falx? That's 4.5. A simple sword will not do here. The humble gladius. Okay, 4.4, and it has a lot of range, and I do like the idea of range, especially without a shield. Where are ya? Boosh. Come on. I don't think spears get enough love in games. Like, because the sword is always seen as the hero's weapon and whatnot. And lances just end up being like, oh, this is the commoner's weapon. So you don't really ever get a lot of, like, interesting lancers. Or stuff like that. Oh, the fuel's gone. I don't know. It's unfortunate. The coward's weapon. Exactly! And you see... You get it. I'm a coward. But I don't know. Ooh. As someone whose main idea of lances comes from Fire Emblem as well, like, when the shiny paladin riding his... Yeah. Don't walk into that. Gallant horse charging into battle like the fearless knight with a lance, it's like, okay, that makes sense. But I guess, like, when you add a horse into the mix, that, like, amps up the heroism. So if you, like, have a knight on a horse with a sword, then, like, what are they gonna do with a sword on a horse? Because, you know, the horse is big and a sword is small. Except when it's not small, but, like, the swords that are not small need, like, 2 hands, and you can't, like, no-hand a horse. I mean, you can, but it's probably not a good idea. But what's the point I was getting at here? With Fire Emblem, there's always, like, in the more modern ones, there's always, like, a lancer, right? That's, like, just a humble villager, you know? It's exactly what you'd expect out of someone with a lance. It's someone who has, like, no training, and you don't really need a lot of training to use, like, a pointy stick, right? Just, it's like a claymore, front towards enemy, and you're probably good. But then, like, you train them up, and then they become, like, gods. And that's... What have I done?! Game! What in the... Why? Why would you think I want to open the door there? What is wrong with you? Actually, what the fuck is wrong with you, game? Ow. Leave my house, devils! Anyway. I'm gonna need to forge a new hammer soon. Yeah. And where was I? Axe head. Nails and strips. Yow! It's still hot! It's still hot! It's still hot! That might be a bit. Guess I can prep everything else in the meantime. Binding. 1,000 strips will make a good binding, but I don't want to use those right now. Metal is a premium. Flax twine. I don't really have any leather to speak of. Cloth strips? Maybe. How much flax do I have? Not a lot. Not a lot. Probably just gonna stick to using rope. It's still a decent binding. Can I go home yet? Are we done? It's getting scary out here, boss man. Well, I certainly won't be needing you anymore. Oh god, though, I may as well just... May as well just dump these out and bury them in a hole somewhere. I don't need you anymore, I don't need you. Hello, you. You stable? No, in fact, you're rather unstable. Don't think I made a new shovel head. Are you... Can I hold you yet? Are you safe? No. God. God, you're so hot. And you're not cooling down. Wait. They made this a mechanic, but not yet. Yeah, that's actually like a proper mechanic in the new update now. They're like... What's it? After you forge something, you can temper it by doing that. Letting it, like cool down in water. Problem being, it has a chance to, like, break when you do that. But, in exchange, you get improved stats. And you can keep doing it multiple times. But, you know, chance to break. Which, I guess if they're not... If you can... If it's still like the old style of like, hey, put stick on thing and bam, you have... thing. Damn. Let me try this with a proper tool handle. Oh yeah, I don't need this knife anymore either. I've got a shiny copper one now that I don't remember getting. Yeah. Fully sharp and ready to go. No, damn, I must have never installed that patch to make Ancient Armory work with Toolsmith. If there even is one. A shame. The hell? Hey, VTube Studio just casually forgetting I exist. Alright, whatever. To... What do I need for a professional tool handle? A support beam and sandpaper. How do I make sandpaper? Parchment. And sand. And glue. Okay. Maybe this is a little beyond me. At the moment. A little rope. Okay. My weapon! Oh. A little slow, but it's got reach. It gets the job done. Speaking of getting the job done... Hell yeah. I feel like I could go chop down an entire forest now if I wanted to. And you know what? I just might. Jesus fucking... I have too much stuff. Crossbow, boards, nails, rope, and a bow. I had that somewhere. Yep. Sorry, I thought I had extra nails and strips, and I was about to be really confused. Rope. I'm gonna wager a guess and say modded boards don't work like this. But I guess I'll find out. And then 4 boards? I don't know if I have that right. spears! That's what I needed to make. If I want to get seeds from these trees, I gotta break these leaves manually. You know what the hell? I can heat up more ingots. There's gonna be more I want to make anyway, like a shovel would be handy to have. I don't actually know what else, but more nails and strips never hurt. Maybe a saw and another hammer. Another hammer is big. Yeah, a shovel, another hammer, nails and strips. And I guess another saw. For the hell of it. The only thing I'm really missing out there on is durability. Like this old copper saw, it's still serving me well. I don't use a saw that much. Are my hogs still doing alright? I don't hear them. Y'all alive in there? Yeah, y'all are doing great. Hogs have not been unjustly squeezed. Always good. It's just the worst when someone squeezes your hog without you knowing. But at the same time, a little impressive, too, now that I think about it. Anyway, yeah, no. I need to get this little area finished so I can not starve to death constantly, like I'm about to. Crazy concept, I know. Why is this not making a crossbow? Do I have this wrong? It specifically has to be copper nails and strips. Jesus fuck, man. I just want a bow! Whatever, whatever, whatever. Damage of bolts caps out at 4. I wanted the repeating one specifically so I wouldn't have to reload as often, because, like, reloading a crossbow ain't the easiest thing in the world. But at this point, I feel like I may as well make a never mind, that needs the composite thing. At this point, I may as well just make a simple crossbow. Fine, you win. You win! Sorry, dog collar? Or wolf tank. Wow, that takes 7 leather. Bone, rope, knife. 2 firewood. Guess I didn't need those nails and strips after all. I mean, I will, but just not now. Knife. Bow. What was the last thing I needed? Rope. Bow, bone, knife. Now I need arrowheads for it. Food can wait. Food can wait. I know I'm about to starve. Food can wait. The irony is I woke up not too long ago and I haven't eaten lunch yet. So, like, I have, like, a plate of food behind me that I'm not eating because I'm more focused on what I'm doing on stream right now. So, yeah, that goes doubly so. Food can wait. It is honestly kind of funny how little... I mean, it's not convenient, don't get me wrong, but... for a multitude of reasons, but how unthreatening starvation actually is. I made arrows, not bolts! Just end me. End me, actually. I can't put an arrow into a crossbow. That's heresy. And I can't convert them to bolts either. No, I'm not making a bow either for them. I'm using this crossbow. I guess I just gotta dump all these bolts, I guess. Maybe that is the lesson to take from all of this. You know, I made the wrong thing. It's a sign that violence is truly meaningless, and I should become a pacifist of the forest. Me, a pacifist, like I could ever. I'm at a point with the Yakuza franchise where I am genuinely considering, like, Pirate Yakuza is on. Oh, there's only stacked to 16, huh? All right, I'll make one more. But that. Anyway, Pirate Yakuza is on sale, and it's a pretty deep discount too, 70%, which I know Kiwami 3 is the big hot thing right now, but 70% still feels steep. Like, Pirate Yakuza isn't that old. Yeah, here it is on a deep discount. I was like thinking, okay, maybe I pick it up. I know it's probably not the greatest thing out there, but it's not bad. It's probably still dumb fun. But I don't know. That feels crazy coming from me that I'm actually reconsidering picking up a Yakuza game. Me, the guy who's made that his whole life at this point. I don't know. I still feel super soured after... Oh. This thing reloads kind of fast, actually. Super soured after Kiwami 3. You'll make perfect guinea pigs. Eh? There we go. Okay, so maybe not for those things. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you! Maybe this crossbow would be better served hunting deer or something. Was Kiwami 3 canceled? I wish it was. I genuinely wish it was. But no, it released. It released a bit ago at this point. I'm just so embittered to, like, the changes to the story that they made. And, like, a lot of the removals. And the actor changes. It does genuinely feel indicative of, like... it's not indicative. It's like... What's it? Brain wants to formulate a statement. It's getting there. Just hold a second. It's like the problems that, like, Yakuza games have been having in their development for a while now came to a head with Kiwami 3. Because, like, you could... Yeah, no, it's... There are a lot of controversies surrounding it. Like, it all started when they first announced it, and then they revealed that 3 major characters would be redesigned and played by, actor likenesses instead of like, original designs like they were in Yakuza 3. Like face scans. And then like people didn't like the designs, but that could have been excused until it came out that one of them was a massive sex pest. And that was Hamazaki's actor, Kagawa. So that was a big controversy. Then the demo came out, and it didn't look great, like, graphically. Like, Pirate Yakuza had some problems like that, too, and it was just kind of worse with Kiwami 3, as far as I know. And then the game came out. Well, more and more came out about the game about, like, stuff being removed, like, a lot of the trainers of Yakuza 3 that would teach you to do different things, like weapon styles, revelations got removed, and the guy who taught you how to do them, Mac, got removed with them. So there's no Mac. There was no Yonoshiro. There's no... Oh my god. What? Hey, V2 Studio. I exist. Hello? I don't know if there's Komaki in the game. I don't think there's Komaki in the game. They got... All the trainers got condensed into, like, one guy who was also an actor likeness. Surprise, surprise. The combat is unpopular because a big thing is the way heat works. It kind of continues the trend of, like, heat being slow to build, and then you only get, like, 1 or 2 bars that get used up on heat action. That's a pain to pull off. I could go into a whole rant about, like, heat in the modern Yakuza games compared to, like, older Yakuzas. And I may do that, but after I get into, like, other Yakuza 3 controversy. I think the biggest thing of all, was when it came out, and they had changed the ending. I don't know if you want me, if you're okay with me, like, saying what they did to the ending, but it is a load of bull, and furthers the worst writing decision they have made in the series since 6. You'd love to hear? Right, so you beat the final boss after, like, an epic shirtless rooftop duel, as you do in all Yakuza games, right? And then a secret CIA agent, actually not CIA agent, a secret, like, American black market weapons dealer, it's this whole thing. He comes and, like, ambushes you after you've done your fight. You're with the chairman of the Tojo clan on the rooftop, and you're, like, reconciling. And he's got all his lackeys. He's got his guns. And, like, he looks like he's about to win, right? But, like, the final boss charges this guy, getting shot at multiple times, and, like, drags him to the edge of the rooftop and suplexes him over the edge. Now, this is a skyscraper building, right? We're talking tens of stories tall. And he just fucking suplexes him off the side of the roof as his, like, final act of redemption. Now, in Yakuza 8, the guy that got suplexed off this rooftop, he's apparently alive and works at a bar in Hawaii. So, what happened to the other guy? He fucking lives. He survives a 20-story drop after being shot because he lands in a bush, right? He lands in a bush, and that broke his fall. And apparently the other guy's too, because he's still alive. But how does it further the worst writing decision? Well, guess what? You know what happens to him after that? He doesn't go live his life like a normal person. He joins the fucking secret government organization that scooped up Kiryu in 6. All because of a fucking boat. So Yakuza Gaiden comes out, right? Like, Yakuza 6. Kiryu stumbles into some government secrets he shouldn't have, and then the government's like, okay, we'll pay you off to shut up about it. And Kiryu, at this point in his life, no, that's for a different reason. He did that for orphanage-related reasons. So Yakuza 6, he finds this government secret. Government's like, we'll pay you to shut up about it. And Kiryu is so, like, depressed and done with his life at this point where it's like, no, I have a better idea. I'll die for you. So he gets the government to fake his death, right? And that's all it's ever about in 6. His death is faked. And he's not supposed to reappear. Yakuza 7 comes out and they keep with the story, right? Kiryu's not supposed to be around, but like he shows up just to pass the torch on to Ichiban. It's great, it's fine. Yakuza Gaiden comes about. Turns out, there is basically a shadow government that is made up of like James Bond-esque like gadgets and people and all that, and Kiryu has been essentially forced to join this organization as one of their agents. And it and 8 have this government organization be a constant useless thorn in the side. They can't do jack shit except be a hindrance to Kiryu and be like, you can't reappear. You can't reappear. If you reappear, we'll fuck over the orphanage. Genuinely. Like, they don't do jack shit except threaten Kiryu's orphanage, which was the whole reason he faked his death in the first place, by the way. So, right. Kiwami 3 comes out, and the ending is that, yeah, the final boss who suplexed a guy off a 20-story building after getting shot survives and joins this secret government organization. There is no fucking reason for him to. He just does it. And, right. I think there was another guy. The guy whose actor was under a bunch of controversy for being a sex pest. I think he's also a part of this organization now, as per the ending. Which, you know what that does? I think they removed an ending scene too. That like it fucks up the story of... It fucks up the setup of Yakuza 4 so hard that they had to go on record saying, yeah, we're not making a Kiwami 4, this is a brand new timeline. Which, while dumb on its own merits, the most damning part of everything, the most damning part of it all, you do not have the defense of saying, oh, you can just get the originals and just play those. They're delisted. Yakuza 3 Remastered is delisted. It's like with Yakuza 0. They delisted it once Director's came out with its shitty additional cutscenes. Kiwami and Kiwami 2. Those didn't get changed, but they got localization updates, essentially, that for some reason required an entirely new purchase. It's baffling to me. And it makes me so sad because Kiwami 3 is going to be the Yakuza that most people playing Yakuza in the modern day experience. Because the amount of people that didn't play Yakuza 3 Remastered because they're coming after Kiwami 2, and 3 is very rough and outdated in comparison, it's just... I'm sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Kiwami 3 is... Oh my god, it's so terrible. It's so terrible. And the cut content too. The cut side stories, those have me in a bind, right? Because there's a lot of sub-stories in Yakuza 3 that are just filler, they're bad, they're not great. But they cut out a lot of really good sub-stories, right? Okay, I need to restart VTube Studio. It keeps losing tracking for some reason. Like, for every just like bump and scan that they cut out sub stories with Rikia to like where he gets his tattoo filled in. They cut out like one where he's like he finds an old childhood friend. They cut out what else did they cut out? They cut out one where you solve like a murder mystery that was really beloved. They cut out one where you act on a movie set and you have to like do fights in a specific way that was really fun. Basically all the sub stories that had dedicated cutscenes that were like actually really liked from Yakuza 3, they cut. How do I feel about Kiwami 1 and 2? Kiwami 2, I'm okay with. I'm fine with Kiwami 2. Kiwami 1, I dislike, but not for like story related reasons. I dislike it because Yakuza 1's design really doesn't mesh well with modern, at the time, Yakuza design. Because it has a horrible, horrible identity crisis. Kiwami 1 does. Because it wants to be a remake of 1 and a sequel to 0 at the same time. Now, the problem with that, obviously, 0 didn't exist when 1 came out. So you'd have to take some liberties if you want it to be a sequel to 0. But if you want it to be a remake of 1, you're better off being more faithful to Yakuza 1. And the problem is, they were too faithful when they didn't need to be, and they were extremely annoying when they were being unfaithful, right? So, Yakuza 0, a lot of the mechanics of 0, like the 4 styles, carries over to Kiwami 1. A lot of the gameplay mechanics, like, the way fights work, carries over to 1. Hey, Destiny, I'm ranting about Yakuza right now. Where do I even start? Kiwami 1. Let's start with encounter design. You just got here? Because I've been streaming for an hour and a half, Destiny. Things happen without you existing. I'm sorry. Let's start with encounter design, right? Yakuza 1 has a lot of group fights, like big group fights, especially in the boss fights. Yakuza 0... Okay, actually, it's not the group fight design that's the problem. It's enemies that have guns. Enemies that have guns in Yakuza 1 are pretty common. And, if you get shot, you just, you get shot, you do a little animation, and you get back to fighting. But when you're working with Yakuza 0's engine, here's what happens when you get shot. You get shot, you keel over, start writhing on the floor, and you have to mash a button to get back up, and you take a little bit of bleed damage over time. Now imagine when, half the enemies in the late game have guns and can do this. And with knives, too. A lot of enemies have knives, and that does that, too, if they do, a stab. So, Ari, it's not great. Group fights are fine, because Yakuza 0 actually has a lot of tools for dealing with big groups, with beast style, even though it got nerfed heavy. But bosses tend to have a lot of super armor, and so they could just kind of power through, and, you don't get a lot of super armor in comparison, so they can just, interrupt you constantly. It's annoying. Also, they have attacks that can just, they can do free heat actions on you, essentially. No QTEs or anything, because guess what? Yakuza 1 didn't have those. Story-wise, it's extremely faithful to Yakuza 1. It is pretty much the exact same beats, although they did add extra cutscenes. It had the one QTE. It didn't have QTEs for, again, heat actions, right? If a boss was going to do a heat action, they just did it. You didn't get a chance to escape. It had the one hit Shangri-La, and that's it. Because I think the Majima, sequence, that was a 2 thing. Where was I? I'll get to Majima, by the way. Majima Everywhere is the thing I hated the most before Kiwami 3 was a thing. The added Nishiki cutscenes, which were... They were fine. They did flesh out Nishiki a little more. It was good for a story. It was just kind of weird, though, how everyone just kind of dicked on Nishiki for no reason. Like, he kicked ass by Kiryu's side in Zero. I feel like he deserves a little respect. But it does also just kind of drive home the point that he only ever lived in Kiryu's shadow, so I guess... The Nishiki cutscenes are fine. But really, I think the biggest problem with Kiwami 1 is how they did Majima. It's the biggest source of the whole identity crisis thing of sequel to Zero, but also remake of 1, because Majima was a very different person in 1. He was not an established character. He was not a, known as this beloved Joker-like entity. He was just like, I'm evil, but like, I'm also like, kind of a bro. An honorable, like, bro to Kiryu. It's weird. Because you see him, like, 3 times in Yakuza 1. You see him at the beginning of the game where he, like, beats up that goon in the alleyway. You see him at the batting cage, and then you see him at Shangri-La. And that's it, right? He gets stabbed at the fight in the batting cages, and then you see him crash into the wall in that van in Shangri-La, with the bindings, too. To signify that, hey, he got stabbed. I will get to that. They did something in Kiwami 1 that is so fucking terrible related to that. Kiwami 1, knowing damn well that Majima's like a massive goofball now. We have to make him, like, consistent. And also we have to add a system to make, like, your OP style, like, add a training system. So they added this system called Majima Everywhere. Right, you can encounter Majima all across the camp, all across Kamurocho, doing whatever. Eating at a restaurant, doing pocket circuit, just running around, in a fight with another group. Hey, here's Majima. Fight him now. Good luck, fucker. And it's all these goofy scenarios that have become, like, memed to shit. Like, him coming out of the cone, the trash can, the sewers, him looking at you in the convenience store window, the bartender, the hostess club. He became a meme because of, like, Majima Everywhere. It almost put me off of him for the longest time just because I was so overexposed to, like, this flanderized version of Majima. But anyway. His personality in Majima Everywhere does kind of end up clashing because his, like, the story cutscenes from Yakuza 1 completely unchanged. Except for one bit at the beginning to, like, be like, hey, I'm gonna fight you a bunch at the very beginning when you meet him in the alleyway. Like, there is genuinely such a stark contrast between the bit that's from Yakuza 1 and the bit that they added. So yeah, you fight him a bunch, kind of cheapens his existence in the story when you meet him at the batting cages. You fight him at the batting cages, he gets stabbed, yada yada. But here's the thing, right? Sure, he gets stabbed, but then you walk right outside and meet him again through Majima Everywhere, and he's perfectly fine. Now, did they continue with this? Did they keep going with this? Is he completely fine when he crashes that van through the wall at Shangri-La? No, he's not. He has the bindings to portray that he got stabbed, except no, he was not stabbed this time. Because of Majima Everywhere, they have to now add a thing to be like, oh, Majima got wounded in his stomach. Instead of making it a little different from the original and just having him be fine, we're going to make a convoluted scenario right before Shangri-La to where he gets wounded again. So he has Kiryu go to the docks under the guise of him being stalked. Kiryu being stalked. Now, Kiryu, knowing all of Majima's shenanigans so far, he may be a dunce, but he has been dealing with Majima for God knows how long at this point. Goes along with it anyway and goes to the docks. Surprise, surprise, Majima's there, and he wants to fight. But, actual surprise, there's some Dojima family goons at the docks as well that want revenge against Kiryu. And Majima's like, no, that's my man. And so you fight with Majima against the Dojima family goons, right? So you fight him at the docks. You fight the Dojima goons at the docks. You beat the guy, And the guy has a gun. Once the fight's over, they do the Yakuza thing of, we left the unconscious man next to his gun. So he grabs his gun and he shoots Majima in the stomach, who then proceeds to fall into the bay after being shot. Kiryu, seeing his sworn brother get shot and fall into the bay, would he be, he's been shown to be a gold-hearted individual at this point. He clearly cares for Majima. What does he do? He's like, oh my god, Majima's been shot, but I have more important things to do. And then literally casually walks away. No pep in his step at all. He just walks away. It is the most out-of-character, awful sequence of Majima everywhere, and the whole reason it exists is just so Majima can have a stomach wound again in the Shangri-La cutscene where he drives the van through the wall. That's literally it. They could have taken a little liberty because of this system that they added, but no, they wanted to be completely faithful to the original cutscene. So they make this convoluted scenario instead, and if that doesn't describe Kiwami 1 in a nutshell, I don't know what does. It's a fine game, it's just really annoying because of its identity crisis and gameplay mechanics. But it's also not bad. Like, it doesn't do anything egregious. That's like the worst thing it does, really. And Kiwami 2... to my knowledge, it doesn't have anything like that. Like, it does have a cut section of the city, which is unfortunate, and some cut, like, host club content. And I mean host club content. Kiryu became a host in that one, which is a shame. But there isn't anything, like, egregiously different in comparison. Like, I know there's a changed minigame, the hostess club management, but I'm gonna be honest, that one was actually for the better. The Hostess Club management in 2 was not fun compared to the Diner Dash gameplay of Zero's Hostess Club, which they put in Kiwami 2. And then they added 6's Clan Creator RTS mode for some reason, but hey, it's sure, whatever. I don't think they took anything away for that. And really, I can't fault Kiwami 2. It did introduce me to my favorite band of all time. I know people hate on, like, the J-Rock music that they have in a couple of scenes. They hate on the sim music compared to, like, the Crazy Ken band music, but honestly, I like sim too much to care. So Kiwami 1 is annoying but fine. Kiwami 2 is pretty good. It does feel jank, or it does feel weird. Does feel weird depending on how you feel about the Dragon engine in general, but that's more of an engine thing than a Kiwami 2 thing. I think it's fine. Jesus, that was a lot of ranting. I am so sorry for talking your ear off. I need a drink after that. What's annoying too about Kiwami 3 to 4 is, like, until, like, they make whatever fucked up version of, oh my god, whatever fucked up version of 4 they're going to make, you're going from Kiwami 3 to 4 remastered, and that has several plot inconsistencies. Like, why is Hamazaki in jail? Didn't he join the Daidoji? Why does he look different? Who's this? What else? I think that's the big thing. Okay. I don't know what's up with VTube Studio. It keeps losing my tracking, even though my face is very much in view. The lighting isn't fine. Spicy Bean. What do we get? Yeah, no, the taxi thing was 5. That's because of a thing where Kiryu gets blackmailed to give up the orphanage and let Haruka go off and become an idol. Otherwise, this lady, this talent scout, is going to reveal that this orphanage is being run by a former Yakuza, and also it's having money problems. Got jalapeno, by the way. So Kiryu's just kind of forced to fuck off. And he goes to Fukuoka and drives taxis for a living. Oh my god, why is this one hitting? It's just a jalapeno. Oh. Whew. Ooh. Dry aging meat. Chalk fence. Dry fence. How do I make this? Just stones. I need to prioritize finishing that little farm area. Because I need to get crops growing. It's already what is it? It's already August. I'm probably not gonna get a crop harvest, but I can try. And I'll need something to tide myself over. Just like go to the forest and forage mushrooms as well. Stuff needs doing. And then I need more copper too. So much to do, so much to do. I should focus on food though. I can go mining in the winter. Or maybe I could go fishing, actually. That's one of the big things. They added fishing to the next update of this game. 2 beans? Okay, after last stream, you do deserve that second bean. Congrats on being first, by the way. And 5 bronze bits will get me... Do I have any copper bits, actually? I mean, it's a little late for me to be making a repeating crossbow, but... Like, when you redeem a bean, I'll just do 2. Even though I refunded you the other day, I'll give you 2. Butchering table. What do I need for you? Copper plates. Yeah, I really need copper. It's gonna make me hungry, but I don't really have anything better to do, so I'll forge a few more things. I needed shears. I'll make a shovel. And then I forget... Shears, a shovel, and then I forget what else I wanted to make. Tin, bronze. Rolling pin, maybe? No. I can't believe I forgot to look for compatibility with Toolsmith and Ancient Armory. Oh well. Maybe a scythe? No, a saw. A hammer. Hammer, saw, shovel, shears. Not saw. I don't need a saw. Hammer, shovel, shears. Maybe a boss for a shield? Maybe more nails and strips. for chests and whatnot. Or a cleaver. A cleaver, actually. I think that gets me more butchering drops. Or, oh my god, I don't know, man. Maybe arrowheads for bolts? Or a hoe? But I have the copper hoe. A plate for lanterns, perhaps? But I'm better off using brass for that. I don't know. I've got too many options. Good enough. A hammerhead shouldn't be too hard to make. Up. As you can imagine, I have been doing a lot of this in 14 as well. I actually just hit 50... YouTube? Oh, fucking video paused. I just hit 50 on mining in 14 and goldsmithing the other day on my main. As you can imagine, I'm quite pleased about that. I want to get the other crafters and gatherers up to 50, but I really need to continue the main quest at some point. I can't keep putting that off. Shears. Oh my god, I didn't need to make a bronze hammer. It's the handle that's about to go on this thing. My dumbass forgetting how absurdly durable Toolsmith makes tool heads. It's the handles that break first. Because that's how tools work IRL or something, you know? Your head isn't going to break. Your handle is. Or your binding. Hell, I could just keep using sticks for this for a while. Wait. Am I able to do this in... Whoops. I didn't fuck this, did I? I might have beefed this. Hey, I guess we just figured out what their last ingot's going towards. Thank God for bits. Holy wasted metal. I brought up Zomboid earlier. Maybe I give that... Maybe I give that another shot. Especially... I think... Development on Zomboid, I'm pretty sure ends up being a lot slower than Vintage Story development. Even though, like, the big thing that would be cool to have in Vintage isn't in the next update. It's, what's it? River generation. And, like, you know, really cool-looking rivers in the world. I'll go for the cleaver. Am I getting hungry? Yes, I'm currently starving, but I'm going to be dead serious with you. It's just kind of I realize that starvation in this game is less of a threat to my life and more a threat to my eardrums. And there have been several things so far that have been more of a threat to my eardrums than anything. Because what's it? I learned what it was that was making those noises in the grasslands. It's just like kind of knew it was an ambient effect, but it was grasshoppers as an ambient effect. And that is apparently like a file that I can just delete if I really want to get rid of it. I'm not going to. But I will probably look for a mod that gets rid of them. I don't think it's annoying enough to close down the game and reopen it yet. Alright. Maybe now I'll eat some food. What do we got? Morals. Can I replace it? In theory, yeah, I could probably replace any sound in the game with just any sound that's named the same. Because it's not packed up in anything. It's just a loose file. So, nails and strips. What can I do with you? Obviously doors. I can make cool cups. Gas lamp? Oh, maybe a repair material. I may just end up using you on, like, chests. Wooden crate trap for animals. I don't make a fishing rod. 8 nails and strips. Okay, maybe I should have used some of that. Some cork. And fishing rod parts. 8 bits per. I do have a lot of extra bits. 2 ingots and some change. But I should focus on chests. Now, I will say, I've said a lot of negative stuff about Yakuza as of late, but I do want to share some good things. There was that YouTube series that they released not too long ago. It was like a 3-part series on YouTube by the cast of... Apparently it was by the cast of some other crime drama series that I'll have to look into. But it was another retelling of Yakuza 1 story on a shoestring budget. And you know what? I liked it a lot. Like, the Amazon Prime Yakuza series is hot garbage, but, like, that little YouTube series that they did was actually nice. Like, it was... You could tell it was low budget, and there were some really weird bits where they, like, mixed in the games, like, with green screen footage and, like, text boxes and whatnot to, like, emulate the feel of the games. But, like... So, it looked and felt janky, but, like... It had a lot of soul. It had heart. Like, you can tell they made it for the fans. And, like, honestly, I really appreciate that. I think it's actually really fun. Like, I was watching it with, like, a buddy, and we just kind of, like... And they do add a couple scenes as well. Like, the pacing of it is all over the place. They skip over a lot of scenes and rearrange some stuff. But they do add a few scenes as well. Like, right at the very beginning, they're like... There's a scene with Dojima being like... He's pissed that Kiryu's getting his own family, he learns about Yumi, and that kind of leads into the whole beginning of the story where, Dojima kidnaps Yumi, Nishiki goes and shoots him to save Yumi, and Kiryu takes the fall. It adds a little bit of expansion to that like, isn't in anything else, and I think that's pretty neat, actually. The actors they got do look strange for the characters, but, like, they fit. And the Yuya and Kazuki actors they got are like spot on. I don't know. It's like Yakuza powered by Nihon Toitsu on YouTube. I think it's 3 parts. I don't know if they get to Yakuza 2. I think they mentioned somewhere that it does, but I don't think it. Like, they stop. Part 1 stops right after Kiryu meets Haruka, essentially. So they probably. Unless they. Unless there's more parts that I'm not aware of, or they fit Yakuza 2 in one, like, 1 hour episode, which no way they do. It's probably just Yakuza 1 story. But honestly, it's a fun little plot. And I like it. Where am I going to put these? Like, I gotta put these down somewhere. I mean, hey, I have a suggestion. I can't say that without thinking of that fucking Tumblr post. Like, you know, that one Tumblr account, rather. You know, like, I have a suggestion. Oh, whatever could your suggestion be? I suggest Force Femme. Yeah, this fucking sound. I. Still too hot to work. I'll leave that in there for now. Spicy bean. All right. Oh my god, you're gonna get 2 spicy beans. You lucky son of a bitch, you. All right. To make up for yesterday, you're getting 2 spins on the spicy bean. Unless you want a spicy and a regular, up to you. Well, I'll do spicy first either way. Another jalapeno. Woo! I just opened Discord and I see I got a ping. Someone did a little giveaway for a little minion in 14 and I won. Sorry, gotta respond to someone. All right. Did you want a second spicy bean or just a? I'll just do a second spicy bean. 3 jalapenos in a row. Is my spinner's broken. I kind of wish I had this really nice 15 bean stew right now. Like, you know, 15 bean soup with like some sausage in it over rice. Honestly, like, barring the fact that I'm eating a fucking jelly bean, jalapeno flavor would go really nicely with it. Oh, I feel like letting it linger in my mouth was a bad idea. A small part of me kind of misses the era of music that Sega had during like the 2000s. Jesus, that one. Two spicy beans at the same time. Like, they had this really big affinity, I guess, because they just, you know, they'd bought it, and it was like, well, shit, we gotta use it. They had an affinity for I didn't make a shovel. Fuck. I can always heat with the bits. They had an affinity for, like, this one, like, sample kit. So they'd have a lot of, like, tracks that would use samples from, like, all these different, like, rap sampler kits. And it led to, like, just some interesting tracks like this one. I think this same sample kit was also used in, like, Shadow the Hedgehog. In the Arc stage. Different parts of the track, of course, but, like, it was still used. It was an interesting little thing. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I doing now? Food. Focus on food. Focus on food. Could I use that brown coal in the forge instead of charcoal? Wonder if I should. I'm gonna go to the forest and get, like, a bunch of... Don't eat that. Get a bunch of wood to burn into charcoal, because I'm running a little low on that. But before I do that, I'm gonna run into the forest and grab a bunch of mushrooms. To just have on hand. Mushrooms and berries and whatnot. Dewberry. Can I eat you? Because I've been running by far too many just incidental... I've been running by way too many mushrooms. And I've been like, oh my god, I'm starving. What am I gonna eat? Oh god. As I pass by, like, God knows how many edible mushrooms. And instead go for berries. And it's not like they barely restore anything. I'm armed now, bitch! Like, I'm getting as much from the mushrooms as I am from the berries. I just think I'm getting more more berries per bush than a single mushroom. So it's easy for me to refill. What? Okay, I'm gonna be genuine here. I don't actually know what got me there. I think a rock got thrown at me. Or something. Oh well, it wasn't that far. Armor! That should be my next focus. No. Food, metal, armor. In that order. I think, maybe? Because there's a lot of... Oh, Bowtorn. There's a lot of different armors I can make, right? And depending on the armor I make, it might slow me... Oh my god, that's a lot of Bowtorn. That's a lot of shit in general. What the hell? What are you? Cockatrice? Out. Where? Wolf? Fucking out. I don't know where I'm getting shot from. That's a wolf. There you are. This is an SMT track. This is the boss theme from 4. I really gotta play 4. 4's really good. Said someone that's never played it. It seems really good. Okay. Hazelnuts. Can I have a moment's peace now? Cool. There's a lot of different armor types, and like heavy metal armor will make me slow and hungry faster, but it'll protect me more. But on the other end of the spectrum, I could get like leather or linen armor. I just have to like get the material for that. And I do have like I am growing pigs now. Ooh, I should take the poisonous berries anyway, now that I think about it. Because I can feed those to the pigs. I don't know which one you're talking about, but yeah, that is an SMT4 boss track. SMT4 has a banger soundtrack, and I wish it wasn't locked to 3DS because it's just a good game in general. Dead rooster. Wait. Fuck me. If I want linen armor, I have to grow a shit ton of flax, and I think I have a lot of I have some flax seeds, I have some flax growing, but it's not enough to make linen armor anytime soon, especially not before winter. So my best bet is going to be making leather armor. Every SMT project is for that one famous guy. Which famous guy was he? Let me try and narrow this down. Was it a giant yellow head? Because like, I'm thinking either a giant yellow head, a guy in a red suit in a wheelchair, or a meme that I'm not aware of. Could be anything. I can't feed them ivy. Yo, not quite worthless to me because they're rot, but you're worthless otherwise. I mean, I do remember one of the earliest games I ever ended up playing was SMT Nocturne on the channel. So, honestly, me playing SMT4 wouldn't be too terrible of an idea. Because, like, it'd be something new, too. Because, like, I'm playing Fire Emblem Engage right now, but even then, I've technically already beaten Engage. It's not new to me. I'm just kind of playing through it to play through it because I got the urge to play tactics games. Yet, I'm not playing XCOM. Funny that. Ow. But it's something new. I just don't know about... I'm never sure about long RPGs, because I feel like those are harder to get into as a stream watcher if you're not like... Ah, fuck me. Not you. if you're not already like, if you're not there from the get-go and they're like in the middle of some epic thing, it's like, what's the context, you know? Otherwise, you have to be really good at explaining, and I don't think I'm particularly good at explaining things unless it's Yakuza, and which is very much just a special interest, I guess. But I shouldn't let that stop me. Like I'm the streamer. I should die. I like this weapon. I just take over mindset wise. Follow more in the footsteps of like Vivi and just do whatever the fuck I want. This feels like a bad idea. Let's do it anyway. Ha! Nice pounce. Damn it. I blame the game freezing there. Fuck. Metal armor takes a lot of, like, stuff, too. It's, like, 1 ingot per thing of chain. And I need, like... 6, 9... 11 chains? Just for a piece of body armor. Let me confirm that. If I want to make copper chain, I would need... Oh, I need a jerkin anyway. I gotta jerk it first. Okay, what else can I make? Body armor. Still need a jerkin for that. Scale armor? Need chain for that. What do I need for chain? Leather jerkin. I swear there was a bit of metal armor you could make without needing to jerk it first. Lamella. Okay, yeah, I need a pelt for that, but I still need 11 just for the body. It does give pretty decent protection, but I need... Yeah, 11 for that. Sorry. No, you make that with a mold, but you still need a whole ingot per thing. So that's 11 ingots just for the body. And then there's still the head and the leg pieces. That's another 5 ingots, 16. Yeah, 19 bits of... 19 ingots of armor. Ingots of armor? Sure. Ingots of metal for some basic armor. And that's going to be consistent no matter what armor I make. It's just a question of, do I need to jerk it first? Get the fuck back here. We have weaponry now! I missed. I don't miss twice. Okay, if you're gonna sway that much, maybe I might miss twice. I missed twice. Never listen to me. Well, at this point, shit. Oop. This is why humans are persistence hunters. Fucking hell. Maybe I should have just saved up for a better crossbow. This spear is doing fine. No, you dingus, you just get a better bolt. But I need metal for that. Okay, one more Kiwami 3 thing. I swear, this is the last thing. Some of the music remixes they made suck.
That is more of a personal taste thing. I'm not same. It's the same with the other Kiwamis. I got into that with the what's it? The thing with the Sim versus Crazy Ken Band music. But that is very much just personal taste. I personally think most of the remixes in Kiwami 3 suck shit. Remixes and music that they replaced certain things with. Like, a lot of the music that's come up so far has been from Kiwami or Yakuza 3. Like, this is one. This is what plays during Majima fights in 3. And it's pretty good. Now, admittedly, the Majima fight remix in Kiwami 3 is one of like the more like it's one that's like it's fine, it works. It's not bad. But I'll pull up one that's really not great. Another spicy bean. You're getting value today. Song is that one? The one that's playing right now, or the one that I think is a really bad remix? Cayenne this time. Because this one is Receive and Stab You. The one I think is a really bad Kiwami 3 remix is Lyricism Without Tears. I'll play the original first. Yeah, okay. This is the original. Let's see what you got, Destiny. Licorice or burnt rubber? Honestly, if it was burnt rubber right now, it wouldn't be that bad. It's going to get overtaken by the spiciness. You can probably guess which one it was. Hate. That good? No. Nothing about the past 5 minutes was good. Anyway, I know. This song kicks ass, especially that one bit that just played. And then it gets into like a phase 2. Yummy. Can I make a gate? And this is pretty good too. Boards and sticks. I need to pull up a video that has comments when I pull up the remix as well, because what they did to the song, the comments people make about it, kills me. Because this is weird. Yeah, context for this song. How do I explain this? So, Kiryu's adoptive father figure, Kazuma, died in Yakuza 1, but the big plot of Yakuza 3 is that a man that looks just like Kazuma, who's dead, has been showing up. So did he fake his death? Well, Kiryu eventually learns that no, Kazuma actually had a brother, a twin brother that looks just like him, but works for the American CIA. Because sure. And this is the song that plays when you fight him. Because you're essentially trying to stop him from killing a member of the Japanese parliament, I think it was? But it's super emotional because it's like Kiryu fighting his father figure. Getting a lot out of his system. So yeah, instead of fighting... So that's the original Lyricism Without Tears. Here's it in Kiwami. Instead of Joji Kazuma, it's... Juan Kazuma. Fine so far. Completely different song. And then this part just feels weaker. Now, I'd like to reiterate, when I say it's bad, it is entirely personal preference. And my preference is that I don't like it. Do I have a scythe? No. I don't know. It jams. It's a good song. It's just too different for me. I'm not a fan. Like, I'll throw on another couple of remixes, comparisons, because... Oh, I'll throw in a couple of remixes, and then one song got completely replaced. It is actually fucking criminal that they replaced it. A few songs got replaced, actually, that got criminally replaced, but this one is most damning. Get this hoe out of here. I don't need it. Oh, I do have a scythe. It is always amusing when Yakuza music just decides to go really ham on Spanish guitars for no reason. There's a song in Kenzan that does that. That's a boss theme that's really nice. Kenzan was fun. That was the first of the samurai games, in case you're wondering, because there's Kenzan and there's Ishin. And Kenzan was way early on. Like, it came out between 2 and 3, the first PS3 one. Kenzan was the first PS3 one. It'd be really nice to get that one localized, but it's gonna be really hard, because between the whole ancient Japanese history may not be the most appealing angle that I think that's what stopped them from localizing Ishin for a while. There are some touchy story bits. And I don't mean touchy as in, like, they're not inherently how do I put this? I don't think certain story beats would be received well in the current day, because it is a point that Haruka, or the Haruka equivalent in Kenzan, ends up working for a brothel. You can imagine how that would probably not go over well in the year 2026. And it's not something they can just write around. It's handled well. Don't get me wrong, it's handled well. It's like, it's wholesome. Well, not wholesome, but like, they don't do anything in poor taste. But just the sheer concept of it would probably not go over well in 2026. So that will probably make it hard to localize. Let me put on some Yakuza Kiwami 3 music that I think is, or another comparison, because on the other, I'm not a big fan of the Lyricism Without Tears remix, but I'm a big fan of the Independence for Violence remix. Here's the original first. Are you friendly? You are? Hi. I just don't get too close, I guess. Nishiki family themes never miss. Even in Kiwami, where they tried to do some, like, rap stuff with it. Barrel. It is... There is also a really ironic moment because of the whole actor thing, where the sex pest actor tells one of the characters that he's being a sex pest. I need to shut up about that. This ain't about that anymore. It's jam time. I want to get a blood barrel down here. Yoink. I never disabled that auto close doors mod. Cool, I got fresh blood for a month. I could make the best torture chambers now that I have blood and bones. VTube Studio, you. I don't glance at VTube Studio often. I just look up and I don't see like the white mask of tracking, so it's just like I don't notice when my model freezes, so I apologize. Anyway, here's the Kiwami version of that. See, what I appreciate about this one is that they kind of did what they did with Kiwami 2 songs. Am I winning? I am winning. Thank you for asking. They did what they kind of did with Kiwami 2's remixes, and it's generally the same song, just with more. It's more full. Yeah, I know. They replaced... I see you're growing in now. They replaced the unique boss theme they had for like a side boss with the remix from Kiwami 1. A shame. I never butchered that wolf. It can wait. I just want to do a bit of hunting and gathering before I go home, and I can farm when it gets dark. How's it going? The hell did I hit? Oh, I hit the cockatrice. Oh, it's coming for me, isn't it? Ha! Woo! Maybe it's time I move this bed. Yeah, the boss fight they had for him in 3, they changed the music for that. It's still there, which I'm shocked about. I wanted that wolf, not that cockatrice. Is it still around? Care package, thank you. Die, wolf! Whoa! You weren't part of the hunt, but you are now. I think I'll show y'all let y'all listen to the Majima remix next. And then the one that they outright replaced instead of remixed for, again, not a bad song, but it's just a shame that they had to replace a really good song for it. Because I think that's the big thing to really get at as well. These remixes aren't bad songs of their own merits. It's just, I feel like they're replacing better things. For no real good reason either. Do I want more blood? I want more blood. Actually, you heard Majima's theme earlier. Let that be in your memory. This is Kiwami's version. I don't feel like the deviation is too extreme on this one, but it's different in a way that I like. I don't know. Taste is weird, and I'm bad at describing things, so I don't know why I like one thing and not like another. But like, I like this. Like the guitar at like this point and the drums, big fan of that. Just the section right before the slowdown. Admittedly, I wish like the slower section was a little bit slower. Like the really fast drums in the background. If you're having like that slower part, like a rest from the chaos of everything that came before, it was a nice part. And I feel like if you're having really fast drums in the background, that's kind of lost. It's like, let's take it in the context of fight. It's like both of you have like fought hard for the past several minutes, and it's like both of you are like worn down and need to take a breather, and like that's when the song hits. If it was like a fight scene in a show, maybe have like, if we're doing like anime style, like have some thoughts rolling through each mind, let them hear like what the hell's going on, and then music starting up, and they get back into it. I don't know. Little things. I guess I can describe little things like that about like why I think something I like is something I like, but on a more macro scale, I don't really know. Like, why do I like this part of a song rather than why do I like the whole song? I don't know what part of my life came and went to where I started thinking way more with my heart instead of my head. But I realize that's just how I live my life now. But it does end up making me feel stupid a lot of times when I know for a fact that I'm not. I don't know. Just things to work on with myself. Because it's somewhat you gotta wonder, when you see like a VTuber, or like a streamer in general, do something really dumb, or just like act like a dumbass in general, especially on the more extreme end, like, I guess let's look at like Dark Side Phil as an example. How much of it is a bit? You know, because at some point you just have to wonder, like, this can't be real, can it? This has to be a bit. But maybe that's easy to say from an outsider looking in. The line probably is a lot blurrier in reality. Because eventually, eventually, the persona is gonna fade, or at least, not if not drop entirely, then fade away. But like, he's been doing this shit for how long? Surely at least a decade, right? Because maybe even like a decade and a half. I don't know. Like, if you're doing something that long, there's got to be a touch of like, no, this is genuine. Like, you're genuinely like this. I mean, if he is, did a baby deer just trap itself in my? I can't domesticate you, but I can breed you. I think you'll be useful. I don't know. A long con like that would be legendary. If it was actually the case. Nah, dude, fuck, don't remind me. This is a song from Like a Dragon Gaiden right now, which, fun game. Looking back at it now with the context of like the rest of the story, I'm probably gonna look at it like significantly. I can't use this. How do I dump this out again? Nope. I forgot how to dump out liquids. But, especially having played through the rest of the series up to that point, the ending of Gaiden is one of the only pieces of media that has genuinely made me cry. Like, I'm not usually the type to tear up at... I did start tearing up the end of 7, Like a Dragon. But, like, I actually, like, audibly started sobbing. And I think it was on stream, too. I don't know if I have... I might have the VOD somewhere, like, privated. Not privated because I started crying, but because it's not on the VOD channel. Oh my god, I haven't been saving the old... No. Feature me problems. But, like, I don't know if it came through, but, like, I know I definitely started audibly crying during Gaiden's ending. Because just... Oh my god. Seeing Kiryu... Whenever people diss 3's plot, it kind of pisses me off because there's so much to 3's plot that's just, like, so important to Kiryu as a character. Okay, it keeps cycling through this. Let's move to something else. So important to Kiryu's character, and, like, the orphanage, especially. If it drags on in the story for you, fine. I accept that. It probably does drag on, especially when it forces you to, like, essentially do the kids' sub-stories. But those kids are so important to Kiryu. They are the source of his joy. They're his motivation for doing pretty much anything 3 and onwards. The man just wants to live a happy life with his kids, which I could actually get into a rant about, like, how Kiryu's whole life is a tragedy because, like, there have been so many times throughout the series where he has the chance to give himself a happy ending and just, like, call it quits for good, but he doesn't. So it's like, the real tragedy of Kiryu is that he's a man who will never get a happy ending because he'll never choose one for himself. But I can get into that later. Point being, the orphanage is so important, and when you've dealt with it for like 6 games, and he's with the Daidoji, and he can't see his kids because that'd be reappearing. He faked his death specifically for them, but the Daidoji keeps tabs on them just to make sure Kiryu's not being naughty and threatens them because fuck the Daidoji. So for his good service and guidance, they reward him with like a message from. They let Kiryu see his kids. They let him see how they've grown up, and like maybe even give a little message to their dead dad. And the way Kiryu just starts ugly crying got me. It got me so hard. It genuinely the most emotional Yakuza ending in the series. And oh god. Why did he need to go away from the orphanage? So can I not feed the pigs nightshade either, man? Because of blackmail. So, Mirai Park finds Haruka at the orphanage, right? And wants to scout her as talent to become an idol. And Kiryu, no, she tries to talk to Kiryu and be like, this is such a great opportunity for Haruka. You should let her come. And if you do, I will pay for the orphanage's expenses because I know the orphanage is having money problems because the orphanage is having money problems. And when Kiryu's like, no, we're happy as is here at the orphanage, Mirai Park really wants to get her way. So she starts blackmailing Kiryu and being like, your position as an ex-Yakuza, as the 4th chairman, is going to fuck with these kids. They're going to be ostracized for their whole lives if you keep raising them, and you're going to keep being a problem. She kind of like hits into Kiryu's complex of being like, everyone I love is going to get hurt, because Kiryu already has that complex. So she kind of taps into that as like, if you want me to fund the orphanage, I need Haruka and I need you to not be at the orphanage anymore. So he thinks about it, and he's like, I forget if Haruka is also like, I'll do it for the orphanage. But either way, Kiryu and Haruka agree. So Haruka goes with Park to become an idol, and Kiryu is just like, fucks off from the orphanage. And because, that orphanage is his whole lifeblood, he's depressed as shit. So at some point, he ends up in Fukuoka driving taxis. Because, he needs something to do to feel something at all. And also, the director of the taxi company is, a really cool dude. And, saw that kind of, wanderer's loneliness in Kiryu. Root sucker. I hardly know her. So yeah, that's why. Oh my god, and speaking of the tragedy of Kiryu, it gets even worse too, since, what's it? He has... Not only will he never choose a happy ending for himself, he preaches a lot, and then, never follows through. He's like, I'm not gonna run away anymore. And then runs away from a lot of his problems. Now, I heard, for a while, I was like, him running away from the position of 4th chairman in Yakuza 1 was kind of like, yeah, he's already becoming a hypocrite, a selfish hypocrite for that. But admittedly, that was kind of thrust upon him. And that's a massive responsibility for someone. He was already going to start his own family. I don't know how into... He didn't seem like he was really into the idea of having his own, Yakuza family. He just kind of did it. just cause, like, you know, that's where you go as a Yakuza. But he never really seemed that enthused about it. So when he gets, like, the responsibility of the entire Tojo clan thrust upon him, it's like, yeah, no. I guess that's pretty fair why you would want to run away. You at least appoint as English, please. I need to slow down. He at least appointed a successor, even if it was a bad one. He did not leave the clan completely high and dry. He didn't leave it with a power vacuum or whatever. Even if, like, his choice of successor directly led to the problems in 2, there was no way he could have foreseen that. So, him running away from 4th chairman position, I'm not going to knock him for that. What I will knock him for, in 4, he gets in 2, he's kind of has to go, because his successor, quote-unquote, died, he has to go find the next successor, who's lined up to be Daigo Dojima. Someone who, my memory of 2 story isn't the best. Neither is my memory of any of the stories, but in 2, he has to go find Daigo Dojima and basically force him to be 6th chairman of the Tojo clan. Naturally, he's not all too enthused about that at first. I don't think he was very enthused about it, but Kiryu's forcing him in anyway. And then he just kind of fucks off to the orphanage without really giving Daigo much guidance, even though he's really the only father figure Daigo has left, because his actual dad is dead, and everyone else in his family is a high-ranking Yakuza. Like, his mom is acting chairman throughout all of 2. So, he doesn't have the greatest of influences. He just kind of has Kiryu, and Kiryu puts him to lead the biggest Yakuza organization in all of Japan, and then fucks off to Okinawa. I needed that hoe. So, yeah, that's where, like, the whole Kiryu kind of being a hypocrite thing kind of starts, and him just running away from responsibilities that he should be taking. And then in 4 as well. In 4, he's like, he gets that pep talk from Hamazaki. And Hamazaki and Saejima being like, this clan is our legacy, we need to nurture it. And, like, Saejima is buddy-buddy with Kiryu by the end of 4. So, like, he gets inducted into his own... Saejima gets his own family. He's like, he becomes one of the pillars of the Tojo clan. And, you know, Kiryu's like, I'm not gonna... Daigo calls him out on it, too, especially. I think he's like, I'm the one leading this clan. You just kind of ran away. So, Kiryu does kind of end up being like, okay, I'll stick around and be an advisor. Cut to 5, where he's in Fukuoka, driving taxis, because of the aforementioned Mirei Park taking Haruka. Because, like, I'm sure he would have been fine as an advisor to the Tojo, and running the orphanage. But then Park showed up, and was like, nah, can't have a Yakuza at the orphanage. Nope. So then we come to 6, right? We come to 6, and now Haruka, after the events of 5, is put into a really rough situation. And what does she do? Well, she does just like what her beloved father figure has done before her to solve, like, tough responsibilities in situations like this, you know? She feels like she's a problem at the orphanage, so she runs away. And that kickstarts the whole plot of 6. So yeah, it's... like I said, like he keeps doing this too, partially because like he feels like he's a problem and hurts everyone around him. Which I'm not gonna lie, happens a lot because specifically because he runs away from things. Which culminates in him running away from his problems once and for all by faking his death. Which just leads to more problems. What am I looking for right now? Nothing. I have everything I need. So it's just, yeah. Kiryu is definitely not a saint. Actually, I don't know if there's actually a way to remove water sources without blocking them up, now that I think about it. Because if you take a bucket from a water source, that doesn't actually drain the source. Excuse me one second. Dog's barking something fierce. Have to check on him. Just someone passing by. Now, I know winter's going to be a very gradual process, so I have to think what crops I have that are, like, hardy. Turnips probably can grow a little bit into the season, or, like, the, winter season. Those things can survive low temps. Just anything that can survive low temps, really. Maybe flax might? Because, like, at some point, berries are going to stop producing as well. So I need to stockpile what I can. And start making actual meals instead of just shoveling my face full of berries and mushrooms. Like, I know I'm in a survival situation. Surely it can't be that bad of an idea to shove berries and mushrooms in a stew together, assuming it's all edible. Which it is, obviously. Do I look like someone that would eat something obviously poisonous? If your answer is yes, you're goddamn right, unfortunately. You're goddamn right I would. Come on, YouTube. Give me something new. Give me this banger. The new track they had to... Man, it's hitting me now that, like... Yakuza game... No, I need to... I've yapped so much about Yakuza. Nah, no, keep going. Keep going, brain. their insistence on using licensed stuff keeps messing with them, and it's getting funny because this is a great example. There was this big fight in Yakuza 5 that came up, and they had a licensed track for it. It was actually, now that I think about it, very yaoi of them to do, especially when the song they chose is literally called Wild Romance. Like, 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 here's, it's already, Yakuza's already yaoi enough to where you have shirtless dudes fighting on rooftops regularly. But in this case, it's like two childhood friends that have gone very different paths reuniting, and, you know, one childhood friend is trying to get the other to, like, I don't know, do the right thing, do something with their life, I don't know. But basically, it ends up in them fighting shirtless on a rooftop, because of course it does. And this is the song that plays in the background, called Wild Romance, a licensed song. I hope the audio's been fine for this, by the way. I know what you two are. Ow. I forgot to turn it on after I walked out the other to check on the dogs. I'm doing well, Poppy. Glad to see ya. You too, Con. Big fan. I'm putting together a farm way too late. It's already August. Winter's coming. My dumbass has not been picking up enough seeds for this. I mean, the yaoi aspect probably comes through a lot better if you actually understand the lyrics. But, you know. You can kind of just feel it. Glasses. My favorite. I'd like to reiterate a point I've made many a time, but if you wear glasses, you are instantly, like, a million times cuter. Isn't that right, Page Deadlock? Oh my god, wait. Oh my god, I'm thinking about it now, and there's like so many hot Deadlock characters that I might actually just die if some of them wore glasses, like Silver. Silver with glasses? You know what? Okay. I may be going back on what I just said. I don't actually... Wolves. I don't actually know if it's intermittent, if what's intermittent. Like, you only wear glasses sometimes? Honestly? Yeah. No. That's... I'd say that's even better, because, like, you get the best of both worlds. Like, you know the part of Fubuki's glasses rant where she's like, people are really hot with glasses, but, like, then they take their glasses off, and it's like, oh my god, I didn't know you looked like that without your glasses, and you're, like, just as hot, if not even, you know, you're just as hot, you're, god, And you just, it's like that. Like, just the mere existence of you having glasses at some point is just peak. Wait for the pigeon. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should let my wife hear that. I thought I'd be able to get through winter with just berries, but I keep underestimating just how quickly I go through my berry stocks. Exactly, you get it. It's the Gay Daigo song. In hindsight, wow. Daigo is the subject of a lot of yaoi shit. Well, I guess anyone in Yakuza would be. V2 Studio, I exist! Anyone would be in Yakuza. But Daigo specifically, because he had Mine in 3, and he also probably has Shinada in 5. But I guess people like him more Mine better because they're on more even footing. What about you? You know, just actively calling someone else in my chat hot, you know, as you do. People who don't wear glasses look hotter with, and no, I think that as okay, you're right, but I don't think people that wear glasses should always have their glasses off. I think it's better served as like an occasional treat, you know? It's like, don't keep your glasses off. Just like have a nice moment with your glasses off. Maybe if you're going to like a big party or something and you combine that with like formal wear, like, oh my god. Someone that normally wears glasses, especially like the big swirly glasses, then proceeding to like have a really fancy dress and whatnot. You know what I'm literally just describing Carly Carmine. Yes, unfortunately, there's a charlatan in my chat. Destiny, I am sorry, I'm easily swayed. But it's a fellow bird. Like, you know, it's like a bird to bird thing. Nothing more. I swear. Don't kill me. I swear, once I get armor, I'm gonna feel invincible with this thing. And this is just bronze! Species buff! Said something crazy? Just for the sheer fact that we're on Twitch right now, I won't be like, say it anyway, coward. Yes, I will. Say it anyway, coward. My glasses! My glasses! I'm staring directly at my camera right now. I don't get what's going on. I don't know why VTube Studio keeps losing tracking. And, like, it doesn't gain it back until I get, like... I don't know. Song that plays when you fight Korean Virgil, and that's not even a joke. Like, what's the context behind this one? Oh no, I'm so scared of whatever you're gonna do to me. Oh no, I'm gonna suffer. It'll be the worst. Somebody save me. Anyway. Yeah, no, this one's crazy, because a member of the Korean mafia takes over a local host club in the city, and Kiryu goes to this host club not knowing it's been taken over by the Korean mafia. And he's like, okay, whatever, I just need info. So he wants to get info out of the guy. And he's like, I have a price for this info. So he takes him to the back of the host club, right? And it is no longer a host club. It is basically a brothel where, you know, the people, both the hosts and the customers are getting pretty handsy. And then the owner pulls out a fighting ring just in the middle of the host club. And he's like, yeah, this is actually like a fighting ring too. Like, turns out women get really turned on when like hot men beat each other up. And fair. So yeah, if you want this info, we're gonna fight. I'm just gonna let you two do your thing, because I think I'm making out like a bandit here. Emphasis on anyway. Christ. Woo! Die. Die. Yeah, exactly. Now, after doing all this gathering and crafting, I can't wait to boot up 14 and then proceed to do nothing but gathering and crafting again. Did I tell you I hit 50 on, like, 2 classes the other day? Like, I'm not even out of Coarthus in the MSQ. I'm not even to the 40s. Well, I think I just hit the 40s. And here I am, like, capping out hands and lands. Can I feed you to the pigs? Like, there's gotta be something here I can feed to the pigs. Bless. I have a problem, and that problem is enjoying menial tasks. And also, it's like, I know, like you said, I'm getting to the part of the story where it, like, heats up, and, like, I know you're probably gonna want to hear my reactions to stuff. Even if only in text form, like when I walked in and I was like, oh my god, why is everyone dead? So I've kind of just been holding off and, like, leveling up other classes in the meantime. Although I'll need to run more stuff on... Feed my ass. Fine. Fine, I'll use the grain. I'll use the grains. I don't need porridge. All I need is meat stew and fruit. Meat and mushroom stew. My favorite. Yummy, 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 yummy. Yeah, I was half tempted to start, like, being like, okay, I don't... Because I'm very close to the next dungeon, the Stone Vigil. And also... Also, I have to do the Aurum Vale for the next like rank up in the grain company. So I want to do that at some point. See, that's what happens when you leave me be. I go out, I fuck off into a field and come back home with like a million shiny rocks and a brand new pet little rock fella. I mean, I gotta do Orem Vale, I gotta do Cutter's Cry anyway to get the hunting logs in there. And that's also how I'm gonna get to the next level on my bard, because I didn't realize the MSQ, like, level gates have not really mattered much in the MSQ because I've gotten enough XP to just outlevel it anyway. But now that I'm in the 40s and like high 30s, it's actually been like, oh, I have to do like dungeons and stuff now to like catch up so I can actually turn these quests in. Now, yes, I could just swap to my overleveled warrior and do it on there instead. But the whole point of me going through the higher stuff as a bard was that my warrior is also at close to 50. It's at 49 right now, I think. So may as well split the XP between two jobs. But then I was like, okay, I'm already this far. Fuck it. Do I start leveling Conjurer as well? I plan to watch Invincible tonight. I'm not going to do it tonight because I have work in the morning. And if I start playing it, like unless I do it right after stream, if I start playing it, I will stay up late and I have work tomorrow. So no, I'm not going to be doing it tonight. You don't have to worry. Just like poke me. Fuck me! That too. Poke me when you're free and have any desire to. I only got 2 seeds from that. Can I get my seeds again? Panning the grains. That's right. Yeah, like dungeons and like stuff, especially with like probably the end game dungeons of ARR, I want to do with you. The stuff I'm like rushing through in the meantime is literally just like the yapping part. Like I'm literally just going back and forth between great houses being like, "Oh, you have relations with the dragons." And it's like, "No, I don't have relations with the dragons." And the Inquisitor guy is like, "No, fuck you. You helped the guy that I thought had relations with the dragons, but I actually didn't, but still fuck you." Fuck that guy, by the way. Do I work Friday or Saturday? I work both. But I can stay up late Saturday because I don't work Sunday. A Stone Vigil, whatever comes after that, Orem Vale. All right, fair. But it's like, I know you enjoy it, which is why I like hesitate to do it without you. So it's like, well, I gotta fill time and do something, like progress something while I'm playing. And so I just decide to do crafting and gathering classes instead of leveling like another job, which I could be doing. I don't know. I might pick up Conjure just so I have a healer on hand for like roulette's sake. Because like, you know, Adventurer need feels like it gets me a lot of seals. And like I feel like I'm gonna need a lot of seals. Saturday night? Cool. What was I doing? I'm going to go exploring for... No. Actually. It is not your fault. It is mine for desiring. You know, how dare I want to experience it with my wife, who is the whole reason I got back into it in the first place. How dare I? Granted, I do have an ult I could also progress on, but which I've just been skipping through main story stuff on there with the ult, even though like the community that I was playing that ult for, they've already all surpassed me. They've already done Crystal Tower. I could level Arcanist. Like, here's the thing, right? It's me choosing between, like, okay, I do get the double job with Summoner and Scholar, but it's like, would I rather level... If I'm doing it purely for the healer, I know Summoner is a bonus, and I probably should do it at some point, but it's like, if I'm... This is specifically for a healer right now, so it's like, do I want to learn it as a Scholar or a White Mage? Because I know they play differently. See, there's also a thing there of like, I know you're at level cap. You're doing, I don't know what there is to do at endgame, but like, I'm sure you're busy with something, and I don't want to be like, oh, stop whatever you're doing, whatever important thing you're doing, and hang out with little old me going through the beginning. Even though I know you'd probably be totally fine with that. This is what I get for being a shy bitch. I need a 4th field. That's what I need the extra chalk stones for. Yeah, they play pretty differently between, like, essentially proactive healing versus... How far do I need to go? Field, water just for aesthetic, path. Oh, here. And I figure you might... okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I figure, too, since there's like new tiers coming, right? Soon with a patch. I don't know when that's coming out, so maybe I should be a little more proactive just so I don't lose you to actual content. I should add a second gate. Yeah. Fuck you, we're listening to alt electronic stuff now. Of course I land on the one song... No, not the one song. Of course I land on the SMT song that isn't that, specifically. I don't know. I want something a little different than Yakuza in my ears right now. I want SMT. I was talking about it earlier. It came up once or twice because of MIDI cowbell. Do you fuckers mind I'm trying to build right now? All right. Be that way. Be that way. Get over here. Pests in my garden, I tell ya. Yeah, I don't know how the 14 patch schedule works, so just like whatever. You know, you get to be taller because I said so. Can I drink straight blood? Wait, melted? These things melt? These berries melt? I need to look into this more. I don't know. I guess I could just do... Okay, touche. I mean, just like sitting in a box, they just melt instead of spoiling. Like, what do you do to make jam? You just kind of like... I don't know anything about the actual process of making jam, so... The fuck are you? Oh, just a deer. I should get around to making leather now that I think about it. Like, I have hides. What do I need to make leather? Hot fruit? I guess they're just really heat sensitive then. Okay. Tannin in a barrel. With a peptide. How do I prep a hide? Weak tannin in a barrel with a scraped hide. How do I scrape a hide? I soak the hide. How do I soak it? Do I just put it in water? No, I need lime water, borax, or bark ash solution. Bark ash? How do I do that? I fire in a kiln bark. That's a whole ass pit kiln though. I feel like I had a train of thought not too long ago and I just lost it. Powdered borax. I need borax. Oh, borax isn't ore. I don't think I've come across any. What else can we do? Lime water? Lime. Grinding. Marble. I can do that. Marble and chalk. I can definitely do that. I need to grind. What do I need to grind? A quern. We are getting into large supply chains here. Quern, rocks. Can I make that water wheel? Did I add that mod? Because I really... No, I need iron for that. I really, really don't want to manually turn a quern. What about a windmill? I need a shit ton of linen for that. I mean, my best bet for making leather is going to be grinding down all this chalk that's around me. I just really don't want to do that manually. Not now. But leather's too important. I have all these hides just sitting around. I can make bigger bags. I can make armor. I can make actual, genuine, honest to goodness armor so I could finally walk around without getting 3-shot. But I need to focus on food first. So I can't do that right away. And I want more seeds that don't take the same nutrients, because soil nutrients are a thing. And I... What fertilizer? Wait, I can make a fertilize spell? Use within a sanctum. This is high-grade shit. What gives... I need N. Peanut skins, bone ash... eggshells... Compost. Compost. What do I need for compost? Rot. Yeah, if you don't, like... essentially, like, either fertilize the field or crop rotate, crops will grow a lot slower. I'm just gonna go find more crops. And you can make all different kinds of fertilizers. Like, you can make rotting food into, like, fertilizer for one type of nutrient. I think there's charcoal? No, saltpeter and potash. And bone meal. I have plenty of bones. I'd have to grind them down, but I have plenty of bones. If I find a pea plant, I could just raw dog some pea plants. We're just gonna move past that one, all right? Just don't think about it. It's phosphorus. And this kind of does, like... I didn't bring my prospecting pick, but... I can look for berries, I can look for mushrooms along the way. Solving several food problems at once. Until I get ganked. Do the livestock get parasites? No, believe it, it's probably... they're probably going to change it, but... animal husbandry is, like, the one thing in this game that's, like, super simple. Like, animals do have, like, weight that, like, goes down over time, but that just affects the amount of drops that you get from them. Like, animals never starve to death. So you can go forever without feeding your livestock. So the only reason you want to do that is to fatten them up for harvest, or if you bring a breeding pair together and you feed the female 10 times, they gonna fuck. And then, you know, it tracks the generations. The more breeding generations, the more docile they are, essentially domesticating them. But that's about it. Like, they don't get parasites, they don't starve to death. There's nothing wrong with, like, insane amounts of incest. Consult a vet. Oh, where are we going to find one of those, I wonder? Surely not in this chat right now. That'd be crazy. A whole vet here watching a dingus run around the woods. Now they're probably off, I don't know, doing what vets do, saving the world. One of me wonders, if Hytale took any inspiration from this game at any point, because Vintage Story has been out for a long time for while Hytale was in development. So I wonder if they looked at like this game or any mods for it and was like, yeah. Or if there's just a lot of like shared ideas, because like this climbing thing I have going on is a mod, but I think Hytale is a system like that where you can climb up 2 block heights thing. Listen, if you save a dog's life, you're basically saving the world. Dogs do nothing but make the world a better place for everyone around them. I hope the same holds true for dog-coded people. For no reason in particular. Maybe I should have brought my prospecting pick. I've gone a ways. See ya, Poppy. Good luck at work. Like, oak trees won't be a problem. I know where oak trees are. It's just getting this initial hump of stuff to get everything started. How am I looking at inventory space? I need to save it for seeds. My best bet's gonna be like wide open plains, but to find wild crops, I'm pretty sure. Dog pick. Sari bot goaded as usual. Thank you, Sari. It'd make good eye bleach if I ever did like horror games on stream. I don't know. Horror doesn't seem up my alley. Because I think because of shit like Resident Evil, like the not like the middle child of Resident Evil, and just like how I am, I don't take a lot of horror very seriously. Even though I do jump scare pretty easily, if me playing this was any indication. It's like that might get something, but otherwise, I don't know. Also, horror tends to have a lot of like puzzle solving, and I still haven't forgiven myself for the Soma stream. Like the very opening of that Soma stream where I'm like in the office and I have to find like the passcode to a door. And it's all like the information's right there. It's easily accessible. It's in like that little notebook. And I looked in the notebook and I was still scratching my head being like, okay, there's some catch, right? I don't know if I missed the passcode or what, but it took me way longer than it should have to just look in a book and get the passcode to a door. Like it... Getting stuck on something like that, kill the tension of the game, kill the pace of the stream, and just... you have that double down of like, I'm not having fun with the game, and I look like a dumbass more than usual. So it's just like, no, I don't think horror games are going to be up my alley. Unless they're action horror. Because when I played Fear, the shooter, Bush hurt. I get it. When I played Fear, that was a lot of fun, and I definitely have a lot of fun playing like Resi 4, and probably like Resi. Exactly, because there's not a puzzle in sight. I don't have to think about how to get to the next area. I don't have to think about how to get through a door to get to the next area. I have to think about how to get past these 4 big guys in the way. And it's not even like, I don't know. I feel like I could get good clips out of it because, like I said, I jump scare easily, especially when I've been. But I think that's better suited for a game like this where you don't expect the horror coming. It's good example when I was playing Metroid 2, the that fan remake of Metroid 2, and every time a Metroid would just fly on screen out of nowhere and start a fight, it would get me every single time because I would probably be yapping to chat and I just wouldn't see it coming. Field dressing, fuck it. I think I broke it. No, we're good. We're good. Exactly. I just gotta throw out my reaction to this game's wildlife. Every time a bear or a shiver comes out of the blue. I have not gotten a single new seed, by the way. Like when I played Grounded, I I meant to make a compilation of Chanterelles. You'll be there when I come back. I meant to make a reaction or like a compilation of like at least early on when I was still spooked by every bug, every spider. And there could have even been character growth in that video. Like eventually, like I was still scared shitless of the spiders. Don't get me wrong, but at some point I would go like, I see a spider, or I see like an orb weaver. I don't know if I ever got strong enough to consistently do this with wolf spiders, but at least with orb weavers, I would see one, and I would actively go and fight it. Like eventually, bloodlust overcame fear, and I would just go fight everything I could. So there was a growth arc there, but it's been forever since I played that. So what? Not to mention, I think Grounded in general was kind of tainted for me for reasons. Oh my god, you're still chasing me! Can you fuck off? Seriously? Ow. Christ, and I called myself a persistence hunter. We good? Can I breathe now? I want to go back and get those berries. There's a lot of irony to it, too. I almost died getting those berries that were whole. That were... I want those berries because they make healing bandages. I have gained nothing and lost everything. $5. I think a lot of it too just comes from like a general malaise for scrubbing through my own VODs. Like, I wanted to do something. I tried making. I thought maybe it was like one of those cases where it's like, oh, maybe it's just because I'm doing it for myself, and it's a lot harder to do things for myself than it is to do for other people. So years ago, this one guy I watched played Project Wingman, and there were a lot of funny moments in that VOD. I was like, oh, they were like, oh, I should make a highlight video of it sometime. And it's like, ooh, I could try my hand at that. I should practice editing and whatnot, like VODs and whatnot, instead of the little shit posts I do. And at some point, I got down, started scrubbing through the VOD, being like, ooh, okay, this looks funny. This looks funny. I could do something with this. But I never actually. I don't think I ever finished scrubbing through that VOD. And if I did, I scrubbed through it. Maybe wrote down the timestamps on a notepad thing somewhere, and then never touched it again. And it's been years. So clearly, it's not just a me thing. It is. No, I really don't feel like doing this kind of thing. Another fucking wolf. Why? There was one particular video I did editing on that I... Oh my god. That's the chicken. It's not me. One video I did editing on, and that was... It felt similar. I think the only reason I managed to get through it was because it was a lot shorter of a thing. It was only like 30 minutes of... Oh my god, there's so many wolves. 30 minutes of content as opposed to several hours worth? I think that's another wolf chasing me now. There's another one. Yeah, it's a lot easier to scrub through and, like, clean up 30 minutes of stuff than, say, 4 hours of... Like, there might be some funny moments, but then there's a lot of moments... I wouldn't call them dead moments. Just more so... Not really clip-worthy moments. Just when I'm yapping, talking about stuff like this, it's like... I'm sure this is fine, but I don't know if I can really put this in a YouTube video kind of thing. You know? Unless I make a specific clip that's like, he's talking about what? Like, I don't know, maybe the whole... the big Yakuza rant can go in its own video or something. I don't know. I should plant what I have. You're pretty resistant to cold, my friend. I don't think I have a pan on hand at the moment, so... Pants rack. Oh, right. I forget how many different clothing types this game has, even as base. I have a mod that installs more, but I'm not... I don't know how much I'll really be touching clothing when it's purely cosmetic and I'm most likely going to have armor on over it anyway. But I guess if I'm just hanging around the house like this, I could... There's no reason for me to be wearing armor, especially since it makes me hungrier. No. There we go. I do want to get another thing like that out by the end of the month, though. Which means I have like a week to do it. How many fields do I have out there? 2, 4, 8, 12, 4, 8, 12, 14. 14, I need to make 12 seeds, so that's most of my grain. But it'll be worth it. Listening to double speed won't help. I think at some point I did start doing that for the guy's Project Wingman bod. Absolutely, that could work too. You know, if I'm being for real, I have no reason to fear death at the moment. If I'm at my house. The big reason you would want to avoid death in this game isn't... I mean, obviously, if you're far away, you lose your stuff, but... Other than that, the only thing you really lose is nutrition. Like, your nutrition levels. Those get cut in half. And those are useful, don't get me wrong. Keep those topped up, and you get health buffs. But, realistically, I'm not really filling those up much at the moment, aside from fruit. Vegetables will pick up soon, but it's mostly just fruit. Wait, I could genuinely walk around pantsless. Pantsless, but with a full coat on. That'd be funny. Just for the hell of it. I don't think the turnips are gonna make it in time. It's mid-August already, but couldn't hurt to just plant all the turnips as well. Just so I have something. Oh my god, the flax. That's K! That's different. Okay, never mind. We are we got plenty of flaxseed. How do I make you into seed? How seed? How can I get your seed? Shears. I'm glad I made those now. Why'd you not work this time, huh? I've done nothing different since yesterday. Why did I... Wait, not even. It worked earlier this stream. It just hates you. That's terrible, I'm sorry. That's actually so funny in a fucked up kind of way. It literally worked earlier this stream. And just then to decide, nah, Destiny doesn't get theirs. Yeah, it'd be kind of fun to have, like... I need to figure out another game to do it with. But another stream where I get some kind of punishment for doing bad at a game with the pie shocks again. Like, I had the Monster Hunter stream where I got shocked every time I got hit. Did a little bit of coding for that. It was really janky, but it worked for the purposes of that stream. I'd like to do something else like that. I could just be, like, normal, relatively speaking, and pick up Elden Ring during the sale and do it for that, because, like, I don't even have to do anything for that. People have already made software for that. I don't know. Almost said something crazy? At this point, why do you even say that, and not just say it? It become completed? I mean, in the case of the Dark Souls stuff, and Armored Core, I think, as well, it's already been done. So I wouldn't have to do much. I just have to do, like, set up on the website. But in the case of something new, like if I were to do, like... Also, depending on the game... Okay, fair enough. Depending on the game, I could do something built into the software and have, like, image recognition to where every time, like, a certain thing pops up, it would do the thing. Like, hell, what I could technically do right now is I could die, go to the software, and be like, recognize this on the screen, and whenever the death screen pops up, I get shocked. I'm not going to do that now because I've never actually used it before, so I don't know how it works. And I don't know if I want to do that live just yet. How many times did I get hit? I got hit a lot, but believe it or not, I don't think I actually, like, outright failed that many hunts. Because it was Monster Hunter 4U, 4 Ultimate, on the 3DS. It was the very end of high rank. Like, the online missions. So, like, essentially the final boss before G rank. So I think I had to do some more key quests, so I fought Teostra. Which, by the way I had it set up, damage over time effects with that were really fun. You can imagine how that worked. I fought the giant snake thing, Dalamadur, and then I fought Shovel Face. I forget its name, but it's like the snowy thing with a giant, like, spade face. And then I did that, and I got to G rank, and I called stream there. Because I had apparently learned that the way I had it done, the identifier that I used to tell when my health was going down was tied to the specific armor that I was wearing. So I wanted to, like, get a different armor set midstream, so I, like, farmed up some stuff to build a new armor set, and I put it on for the Shovel Face, and the thing wasn't working. So I was like, wait, what's going on? I think I forget if I looked through the memory or if I just, like, intuited that, oh, it's because of the armor. So I just used the same armor set that whole stream, but if I'm going to G rank, I'd want different armor, so I'd have to reset it up, basically. Fun? I mean, it's me, so it was, like, actually fun, but no, every single little tick of damage, because I had it set to be a percentage, like, the strength of it was based on the percentage of damage I took relative to my maximum health. With a minimum, because if the power is too low, I just don't feel anything. So, every single time my health would tick from a damage over time effect, it would get me. And I actually made really good use of the fact that I have 3 of the things. I have 3 pie shocks. I had one strapped to my leg, one to my thigh, on the opposite leg, and one to my arm, like where I have it right now. So every time it would trigger a random one. But, damage over time ticks, it was just like a near constant buzz, and it was... Ooh. It was rough. And then that was during Teostra with his heat aura that was around him. That would damage you slowly. And then it happened again with Dalamador. Because when you would fall, like, you would do the thing, I would fall off his back and into, like, one of the pits. One of the pits has, like, acid on the ground, and, you know, it damages you as long as you're standing on it with a damage over time. So I would, like, he'd crawl up one of the pillars, I'd crawl up on his back and, like, hit him a bunch, lay some bombs, you know, do that mechanic. And then when he started moving in, I'd fall off into that acid pit. Every single time. And on both Shovelface and Dalamador, which I had to do solo because, you know, 3DS, the online shut down for it, and I don't know if the private server for it is available publicly yet. God, you please DM me what you're wanting to say. But yeah, doing those solo, I fainted twice, was just about to run out of time on Dalamador. It came down to the wire. And it was really fun. Like, that was one of the most fun Monster Hunter fights I've ever had. Only enhanced by the fuck-ass Pie Shocks. And then, as an added bonus, because of the way it was set up, when I would die, it would give me, like, a max power shock for, like, 3 seconds or so, I think it was. It was either 3 seconds or 5 seconds. But for some reason, whenever I would complete a quest and go back to the hub, it would do that shock as well. So, win or lose, I was suffering in the end, which for me made me happy, but it's just, it was really jank, but it was honestly a super fun stream, and I want to do something like that again. I think I actually did do something like that again for Armored Core 6. There was, like, somewhere in its lifespan, there was a little challenge going around for... I need a drink. Whew. There was a little challenge going around for Armored Core 6 where you kind of end up treating it like a roguelike. So you'd start off with, like, the junk parts. Like, you need a completed save for this. You start off with the junk parts that you get at the jailbreak mission. So you'd have, like, the jailbreak AC with the shitty stats. And... is that a bear? I think I could take a bear. You start with, like, super shitty parts, and as you completed missions, you would roll for a new part. And you just have to, like, try and survive till the end, you know, beat the game. Preferably all 3 endings. And I think it was part of the base rule set that if you die once, you go back to the very, very beginning, and, like, your meta progression was the OS tunings. Like, every new mission that you beat, you'd be able to spend some points on OS tuning. Who's shooting me now? With the music playing, I can't really use directional audio nearly as well. Hey there. So, I think I also had it set to where I would get shocked on damage. At the very minimum, it would definitely happen on death. And there were several deaths in that run. or in that stream. I think mostly to bosses, obviously. Like, I don't remember too much trouble from what's his face? Balteus. The first Balteus fight. I might have died once or twice to it, but I don't remember that one giving me too much trouble. It might have. This was years ago. What did give me a lot of trouble, though? Sea Spider. Sea Spider messed me up several times. I don't think I ever made it past Sea Spider in that stream. In those streams, I think I did multiple. But that was a fun little challenge. I kind of want to think of like other weird challenges I could do on stream like that, because way before I realized, like, one of my earliest streams was like, I think this was when Scarlet and Violet were, I think they had either just come out or were going to come out very soon, and I decided I want to do a little Pokemon challenge. And because it's me, yeah, I had recently learned that the emulators I use don't... Like, if I'm using a controller on an emulator, these emulators, the inputs still function even when I'm tabbed out. So, I could be playing multiple games at once. So I had the thought, what if I have a Pokemon game from every generation up to that point, and I try to beat them all at the same time? And that got 2 streams in. That was an insane idea. I think I had gotten to... there was a specific reason that I stopped doing that one, and it wasn't because my brain was fried. It was because I couldn't figure out an issue that I was having with Sword. Every time I would get to the first gym on Sword, the game would crash. And I couldn't figure out how to fix it. So I think I had gotten like the first gym badge on every other game except for Sword. And I was like, instead of being like, okay, I never figured out how to fix it. And instead of being like, okay, we're just going to continue the challenge without Sword, I just never continued it. And now Scarlet and Violet is out, and Winds and Waves are on the horizon. In theory, I could do it again, but up the stakes even more by adding Scarlet and Violet into the mix. Although, if I do that, I probably want to upgrade my PC first. I'm not gonna lie. Shockingly, it ran fine. Everything ran fine. Even with like my VTube model, VTube Studio, or how was this long enough ago that I was still using PRPR? I don't remember. But like my VTube model, OBS, all that setup, it was still running fine. But if I'm adding another instance of a Switch emulator into the mix, I should probably upgrade my PC. Because we're talking 3 Game Boy emulators, one for 3 Game Boy emulators, because I was using the Game Boy mode of the GBA emulator. Yeah, 3 GBA emulators, 2 DS emulators, 2 3DS emulators, and a Switch emulator, all running at the same time. If we're adding a second Switch emulator into the mix, that would probably be the hardest one to emulate. And I want a stronger CPU before I try something like that. Now, when it comes to upgrading my PC, I'm in a really awkward spot right now because obviously PC part prices are a pain in the dick. But when it comes to my actual CPU specifically, I've kind of hit the limit of the AM4 socket, right? So, well, I haven't hit the limit, but like, I have a Ryzen 5 5600X in here. If I want to get a stronger CPU, I either have to get a Ryzen 7 or a Ryzen 9 from the same generation, so a 5700 or 5900, or I would have to get a completely new motherboard and move to AM5 and like DDR5. So basically, I'd have to build a completely new PC. Hi, Wolf. Now, it wouldn't be... I could... Obviously, the much cheaper option is to just buy a Ryzen 7 5700 or a Ryzen 9. That's probably the ideal option. This just kind of like plays more into me being lazy, in that if I get a Ryzen 9 or a Ryzen 7, I have to pull out... The CPU is a very labor-inducive part to swap out, because like I gotta pull out the motherboard, or at the very least I have to pull out the CPU fan. And with everything, I might be able to manipulate stuff in there with everything else in there. Just the CPU cooler being off, but it probably would just be easier to just take everything out and do it on like a table flat instead of in the PC. So it'd just be a lot of effort to swap the CPUs. And if I'm going to put in that level of effort, it's like, okay, maybe I just buy a new PC anyway. Which then gets me to a point of like, I don't mind building PCs. I don't mind disassembling PCs. I do that a lot at my job. But do I feel like building another PC? Well, if I build another PC from scratch, that's fine, especially because I still have a PC to work with. I can still live my normal life if I build a new PC from scratch, which I'll probably end up doing when I upgrade anyway. But I was genuinely considering just like looking into the pre-built market just to save myself some effort. And honestly, I'm curious how much more expensive it is with the price of parts in comparison. I'm kind of bummed out because there was a pre-built at the place I work at, right? That it had been sitting around for a long time for like at $1,000, and it had for $1,000. The specs on it were actually really nice. It was a Ryzen 7 7800X3D, really good CPU. It had a 5070 in there, 32 gigs of RAM, and a 1 terabyte SSD for $1,000. Apparently, it had been sitting there for so long that the owner of the place, that place actually does get involved a lot in daily affairs. He's usually there, like, taking calls, handling shipments. It's pretty nice, actually. Like, I do enjoy my coworkers there, and I do enjoy the owner. But anyway, he had apparently discounted it a bunch, so it was down to $909 for the PC with the specs I just mentioned. And obviously, when the price got that low, everybody was trying to scoop it up. And I don't blame them. There'd usually be something that got in the way of them, like, definitively buying the PC. But eventually one guy came in, who was a pain in the ass, by the way, that ended up buying the PC. And while I'm happy he got a new home, I was genuinely considering... Because I get paid tomorrow. And I probably would have had enough. No, I definitely would have had enough to just buy that PC outright. It would have been a significant upgrade from what I had now. But, it didn't pan out. Whatever. More will come, and that is if I choose to buy something that comes into the store, because we don't get a whole lot of pre-builts. Obviously, the stuff we get in is custom, and because custom has so many variables. You can't really resell a custom PC like as a retail thing. So we just kind of strip it for the valuable parts. But anyway, that whole experience got me thinking, like, surely that was a fluke. But what if pre-builts are actually like a decently good investment now, especially because of PC part prices nowadays? It would save me a lot of effort, even if it is ultimately more expensive. And like, I don't need a whole lot of bells and whistles. Like, there were so many things I was looking for when I was building this PC that I have now. I was specifically like, how can I minimize RGB and how can I have just like a low key looking case, right? Like when I was looking for laptops long ago, I had the same kind of thing. It's like, what could I bring into like a college classroom and not look like a jackass for pulling out? Because if I pulled out an Alienware PC, or if I pulled like a super shiny ROG or whatever with RGB lighting and all that, I'd look like a jackass. I just wanted something low key. Now, ultimately, I did not end up going with something that made me not look like a jackass because I got a really good deal on it. But I didn't really pull it out much anyway, so it kind of evened out. But no, I had the similar kind of process or similar kind of thinking for my desktop PC of like, okay, I don't want it to look too flashy. Like, if it has no RGB lights, if it's a dead ass, if I could fit like good PC parts into a case that looks like it's like one of those HP office computer desktops, if I can make it look like a sleeper, then bingo. I couldn't do anything like that, but I did get a case that looks like it just has like a small white strip of light on it. It's pretty low key. It has a glass panel, which actually is pretty handy. Now that I've gotten a chance to use it, because I can check and see if like anything's amiss, if it's like super dusty in there, which it's not. So glass panels are fine, just like no super pervasive lighting. Same with like the CPU coolers and like just the RAM, any extra bits. And for some ungodly reason, right? Maybe because they know how tacky it looks, all the RGB stuff is more expensive. Or no, sorry, other way around. All the RGB stuff is cheaper than its non-RGB variants, and it's like, why? Why do I have to pay more to look tasteful? Actually, when I put it like that, there's my answer. And I know pre-builts are gonna have like the big fancy RGB fans or whatnot, but it's like with the laptop thing again, like balancing how much am I willing to put into like the budget, including labor for the sake of building it, versus just how much do I care about this specific thing. Like if it looks like ass, but it works really good, I don't care at the end of the day. Like I care enough to take it into consideration when I'm buying, but not so much that it's a make or break thing if I find something that's really good in other areas. And especially in the case of a desktop, it's not like I'm carrying this thing around like a gold watch as like a symbol of status, meaning like putting it on a cart with a generator, being like, hey guys, check out this cool PC. Oh, isn't it the best? It's the best. No, it's sitting on my desk. Hell, if I want to get more desk space for a second monitor, which I still haven't gotten, by the way, I could probably find a place to put it that isn't directly on top of my desk. I just worry about putting it underneath for the sake of airflow, you know? But this thing is sitting just sitting on a desk where no one's really gonna see it. What do I care if it looks bad or not to my desire? Anything good in this area? Uranium. Pentlandite. What are you? Oh, nickel. I think I could actually use you for some stuff. Not only for Cooper nickel, but I need more copper for that. But Cooper nickel is useful for, like, what's it? I think parts. Like endgame parts stuff. Copper. Is there no nickel lanterns? Guess I'll just focus on bismuth. A bismuth lantern? Just a straight bismuth lantern? Maybe I could get myself some bismuth. Me realizing I... Interesting. I don't need beeswax to make candles. I should get some bees at some point. It looks like I don't necessarily need beeswax to make candles with some mods. What do we have? Hardened lard. No. Oil. I can use resin in these recipes. Rope resin, peat bricks. It's pricey, especially compared to beeswax, but me. Maybe before winter truly sets down, I could go locate some bees. They might not produce during the winter, but they'll still exist. They'll still... They're still... I'm hesitating. I'm hesitating. They'll still be around for past the winter. And I can get started on that beehive mod that I picked up. Because there was that beehive mod. Because it's weird that there is no, like, permanent bee solution. Oh, speaking of Pete. Bee solution. Like, you make skeps, and, like, the bees come in it, you know, they swarm with the flowers, and then they go in the skep, and it's great. They live in the skep, they make honey. When the skep is ready, you break it. You break the skep. And it breaks into, you know, the little grass pieces. More turnips. The grass that you made it with. And you need, like, grass, or not grass, was that a pun? I swear I was trying to find a different word. I swear. Cattails, that's what it is. You make them out of cattails and clay. And because you don't get it all back, you have to like keep getting more and keep making new skeps, and it's just kind of annoying. So having a more permanent beehive where I don't have to worry about that would be handy. What do we have here? Rye. Sorry, I am coughing so much. I feel like the sniffly part of my allergies is gone, but I'm still like coughing. My throat is still going through it. Probably not helped by the fact that I've actually yapped a lot. I don't think there's been a lot of dead air this stream. My voice-wise. I hope it's not been annoying. But I'm kind of proud of myself. Usually I feel like I run out of things to talk about pretty quickly. But I've been going at it pretty well this stream. Like, what's it? The whole big Yakuza rant, that only lasted so long. So, the fact that I was able to do 4.5 hours of other stuff, like what was there? Yakuza, Final Fantasy, PC parts, past challenge runs. Fuck if I remember. I wonder if that's a big reason why I never tend to have many stories to tell. Like, it could be one of those cases where a lot more interesting stuff happens in my life than I give credit for. So maybe that's why I feel like I never have much worth telling. But that's like... That's a skill. That's definitely a skill, though, isn't it? Like, just making... Oh, carrots! Nice. Sorry, Shiitake. I don't need you. I need the carrots more. I didn't get a seed from that. I'm sad now. But just making, like, lengthy small talk about a single piece of clay? Okay. Small talk about the mundane. Oh, no, there's the rest of the clay. Small talk about the mundane. Because I can't be like everyone's Oshi Northern Lion and provide wisdom. He seems like a very wise fella. Northern Lion does. He's a lot of lived experiences, and even if he just yaps about bullshit too, he's a lot better at playing it off like, oh yeah, this is a normal life. This is normal. This is how to be normal. Yow. I feel like I got damage boosted from that. Like that little bush, that thorny bush that poked me, I don't know if it's because I did my little dive at the same time or what, but that launched me. I can't think of any practical applications for that at the moment, but that's good to know. It comes with a bald head. Why was I about to think that, I was to say that, oh, that must be why Germa is the same way. No, you know, everyone knows about Germa being bald. My knife broke. But, like, he's anything but normal. He's a goddamn cryptid. Maybe that's what I gotta do. Like, I've not gotten my hair cut in a hot second. Paul Germa. God, no. I do need to get a haircut. It's kind of been growing out. I don't think I'd look good with long hair. I might, but more or less, I don't want to do it because it takes a lot more maintenance. But it's like, damn, maybe I should go bald. Maybe that would like up my ability to yap about random bullshit too. Maybe I could have a horrifying experience, or maybe I could just pass on whatever the barber tells me and say that it was me. Like, yeah, no, in the past 2 days, I definitely went on like a long extended trip to find myself in the mountains of Colorado. And it was there that I had an encounter with a dangerous honey badger, the famous Colorado honey badger. Famous yet so incredibly rare. It's like the Flatwoods monster, or like it's also a cryptid in its rate of appearance, but otherwise just a normal honey badger. Weird. Or like Bigfoot. But no, I had an encounter, and from that honey badger, I had to fight for my life, and that made me appreciate the value of like let's see, what fingers do I have? Pinky, ring, middle, index. It made me appreciate the value of my pinky more, because if I didn't have the pinky, I wouldn't have been able to grasp the tree branch I had to rip off to defend myself. You know, I quite literally had to beat it off with a stick. And it was this stick, my god, it was a good ass stick. Like it had girth, which is why I needed the pinky. It had heft, but it also had like a nice sharp point after I broke it off. Like, I see why our ancestors were like, I make sharp points into spear and I stab it in foe. I stab at an animal and give me meat. I see what they did there. They break off a branch and they see pointy end, and they probably jabbed themselves with it first. We're talking cavemen here. And they jab themselves and it's like, ow, that hurt. Maybe if I put it in other, it make other hurt. And lo and behold, putting pointy things in people hurts. And the only reason I was able to live to tell that tale, this completely made up improv tale, good job, brain, for keeping that one going, was because I had my pinky finger that day, and I didn't have to get it cut off because of that trip to Japan where I met the Yakuza and, you know, maybe made a few breaches of etiquette. I'm gonna chalk the fact that I was able to keep that going for that long up to a miracle. The Honey Badger Don't Care video? I don't believe I have. I don't know if it's one of the many videos that my buddy Smone would have put into a group chat and then started dying a bunch over. Either Smone or Anubis, I don't know. Credit my ADHD? You know what, fair enough, fair enough. The crazy part is I am medicated right now. Like, I've taken my legally prescribed amphetamines. Maybe that's why I haven't... I don't like what I'm hearing up there. Maybe that's why I've been able to keep somewhat of a focus in game, because like I don't think I've gone too off track in the game. I've just been able to yap. You dead? don't like wolf infighting. I'm gonna go home. Not without free bits, though. Hehehehe. How far am I from home? Still decently far. Hmm. Oh, you know what? I'm kind of surprised that isn't like a bigger kind of video that I hear about more often. Like, you know how it's actually made videos where it's just a guy bullshitting about how something's made based on what's on screen, like essentially a real-time fan dub of a how it's made video. Why aren't there nature documentaries that are like that? Because that's exactly what I'm thinking of based on what you said. Just like a bullshit improv nature documentary. I feel like that'd be really funny. And I know it's a thing that exists and people do. It's just, this isn't me asking, oh, why doesn't it exist? It's like, why haven't I heard more of it? I'll have to look into that. That sounds really funny. Numinos, made from real Numens. I should do it. A video like that? True, that would be pretty funny. And especially since it's a recorded video, it's like, hey, if I fuck up on a recorded video, I can just like, okay, retake the line. Or if I think of something funnier, it's like, oh, we could just re-record. That's a great idea. Glad I thought of it. Flax, rye. Did I not plant any of the turnips? There you are. One turnip. Kind of bummed I didn't get any carrot seed. That would have been handy. God, it's so fun to rage bait people. I have a buddy of mine that honestly has a really similar dynamic to us, except, well, with his, like, with another buddy, where he just acts like a rage baiting dumbass just to get, like, a reaction out of this other friend, and it's always so funny. Especially when it comes to food. I think the big difference is that like whenever he makes like lewd bits, she doesn't join in. Even though she'll definitely make ones of her own. I know! You get rage baited so easily, that's why it's so fun! Like, what is humor without the reaction? That's why, if a bad pun gets, like, a groan from whoever's in the room, I don't truly... It wasn't a truly bad pun. Any reaction is a good reaction. Even if it's even if it's the person next to you proceeding to choke you for how bad a joke was. Okay. Okay. What should my priorities be right now? God, I'm really happy right now. I like my cheeks are actually starting to hurt from how long I've had this stupid smile on my face. Oh, perfect. I can get the praying mantis experience. So, okay. Why am I smiling? I'm having a good time. That's why. I'm having a great time. Why are the vintage streams always so damn fun? I just get to bullshit with people. While I bullshit with people while I play a game that I really enjoy and can get stuff done in. Just I would never. I could never hate you. I piss you off out of love. You'll bite me next? Promise? Did I say I was heading west? This is west, right? That's west. Alley-oop! I hit the wrong button to grab onto the ledge. But extra hard, you better. If I ain't looking like a fruit gusher, then you ain't doing it hard enough. So, okay, on the topic of Final Fantasy XIV, again, do you happen to know the controller experience? Because a part of me has been considering setting up a controller for it. I haven't been struggling with keybinds as of yet, especially once I learned you can click left and right at the same time to move. So, like, especially with, like, Bard, where I want to keep moving in certain situations, makes it easier for me to, like, be mobile and still hit, like, my shift keybinds and whatnot. Shift and control. Because I always thought that was a bitch to do. But I feel like that would be a lot easier. And also with, like, just remembering to hit my other buttons. If I had it on controller, it'd probably be easier for me to remember to do that. So how is the controller experience? Because, like, I know the controller would be really good for moving around and hotbars. Because apparently, like, the way you can set up your hotbars, you can basically get, like, essentially 32 buttons, which is, it should be plenty for, like, whatever job I do. The only thing I'm wondering how it would work is for, like, targeting and, like, extra hotbars, like the stuff I would have off to the side. Like, I'd probably have to switch between keyboard and mouse and controller a lot anyway to do, like, certain things, which if I'm leaning back with a controller might be a pain in the ass. But it might be worth it to... Oh, more peat. It might be worth it just for the comfort of when I'm in a dungeon. Didn't have a good time? I'll give it a shot one of these days. I mean, shit, I need to grind... I need to do some level grinding anyway. May as well try it there. On the leveling dungeons. Where the stakes are low and the points don't matter. Hello! Copper. No one's gonna come and fuck with me, eh? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, how happy I am to see you! Where have you been all my life? I needed you. If you're on, then yes. If you happen to be on, but like if I'm yeah, if you're ever on, of course I'll drag you along. Even if it means, oh god, and like if I'm like I'm gonna do the Aurum Vale, but like my bard isn't high enough level to do it yet, and I would like to get it done sooner rather than later, so I'm probably gonna be tanking in the Vale. I'm sorry in advance. Do as many people do and just idle in Limsa waiting for your Discord kitten to get on. Or I guess in this case, your 14 kitten. 14 puppy. I can't believe it takes iron to make a water wheel. I thought I installed a patch that... Funnily enough, I did the Darkhold the other day as well to like be able to rank up in the Grand Company again. I still need to do Cutter's Cry for the hunting logs in there. But I did the Darkhold, and whew, that one was rough. I mean, first time in, I was like, okay, just have faith in the healer and pull the whole goddamn like wall to wall. No, there was a lot of guys. I think the first couple of runs of Darkhold, because I did it again for some reason. I pulled all of Darkhold, yeah. The first time around, though. Only the first time. Well, okay, I tried it again the second time just to see if that was like a fluke. After that wipe, I was like, okay, just half and half it. Now I really feel bad because like I think there were at least a couple times when I saw you in like Gridania or Limsa. I was like, maybe now would be the time to poke them. But I think at that point I was still on like my crafting slash gathering kick, so it didn't cross my mind. Yeah, those frogs are no joke. And what's gonna be turbo fucked is that I've heard at higher levels, warrior kind of just becomes invincible if you hit your buttons right. So it's gonna be fun when I get to that point where I'm like, oh my god, I'm fucking invincible, and then for whatever reason I go back to those earlier dungeons and I don't have those buttons, and I'm like, oh my god, why am I dying? I know, I'm aware now. Does remind me, I gotta like poke some more people too. I have a buddy that's been wanting to do. They've been wanting to play Dungeon Defenders on stream with people. They have a lot on their plate at the moment, so I don't think now would be the time to ask. And they genuinely have a lot on their plate, and a lot of like plans. Like they're already in like a long-term collab playing Dokapon, which also would be really fun to. I need to bring this up on the sibling server. Yeah. Dungeon Defenders, I brought up. Should poke them at some point. I should also poke some people in the VTuber sibling server I'm in about, like, also maybe doing Dungeon Defenders and also a game of Worms. I don't know if you know what Worms is, but it's the game where you play as worms and you're, like, shooting each other with, like, bazookas and grenades, artillery style. It's really fun, and I want to play it with people. So I should probably poke some people in that server about that. I'm also, me mentioning Dokapon, I need to see if I can find 3 other people that are insane enough to play a Dokapon campaign with me. You know, we may be siblings, we may be friends, we will not be friends by the time we're done with Dokapon. Because with Dokapon, I that's not on. It's on sale right now, but I was lucky, and I got Dokapon for free. Because when willing to play Repo, of course, just like poke me whenever you want to do it. I'll see if I'm available. But when Compile Heart and Idea Factory, they always do betas for their PC releases. They do like open betas or open beta recruit. No, not open beta. They do beta like recruitments. So they put out a post being like, "Hey, send us an email, put your PC specs, read over everything, and send an application. And if we so desire, you can beta test the game." And I got the chance to do that with the Dokapon Kingdom Connects. Yeah, Dokapon Kingdom Connect on PC. Am I allowed to talk about this? As long as I don't mention anything specific, I should be fine. I got a chance to do that, and I just, like, once the beta period was over, I just got to keep the game for the code they gave me. So I just have that, and I want to play it with people, but I don't want to ask the guy that's currently in a Dokapon collab with 4 other people right now, because that's probably too much Dokapon. That's definitely too much Dokapon. I do kind of feel bad though, because there was another another game I got the chance to beta test for it for Idea Factory. It was a Sorcery Saga. Curse of the Great. No, was it? No. It wasn't Sorcery Saga. It was Mado Monogatari. Monogatari. Yeah, Mado Monogatari. The game. There was a game that they released on Steam for that, and I got the chance to beta test that, but I never made the time to actually do any testing. So I kind of feel bad about that one. Like, I don't know, that one feels undeserved. But too late now, I already have it, so. I think once night falls and this little expedition is done. Oh. I'm gonna call it a stream. It's been a good 5 hours. Density, please. I don't want to go too deep because this is a long hole. I don't have any ladders to climb out. I'd have to dig. Does it have Final Fantasy vibes? Pour all around. I know. I think this is. SMT is a very unique musical style, but sometimes they do break away into something more or less what you'd expect. I don't really know how to put it. What was there anyway? Or uranium, sphalerite, galena, hematite, cinnabar. Nothing really useful. Game, brace. Like, I need copper. I don't know if I depleted. I doubt I did, but I don't know if I depleted that, like, little area of tin. Like, what was over there? Hematite, sphalerite. I think there actually is the materials, all the metals for bismuth. When I was digging around, there were readings for bismuth and sphalerite. So I could make bismuth bronze if I wanted to instead of tin bronze. But if I can make tin bronze instead, that would be preferable, because what I can do then is I can use the bismuth for lanterns, which give off more light and last forever than torches and oil lamps. But to do that, I need to get candle production going. I never looked into getting those bees, huh? Well, this was more of a metal expedition than a bee expedition. So, whatever. One goal at a time. Gonna have to use those other 4 bronze ingots for something, though. Definitely a shovel. I kind of forgot to make a new shovel. I don't know what else. I shouldn't need, like, head replacement on anything for a good while. 0 traces of ore? Seriously? I'll take a landscape with nothing. Minuscule amounts. I mean, minuscule amounts of hematite and native copper. No head. I can make an exception for you. If there's minuscule amounts, then maybe I can play hot and cold with this. Like, if I find that the traces get stronger to the north or whatever, then I can dig for copper to the north. Maybe there's something here. Chromite. And the other traces are just gone. Have I hit on anything with decent hematite? Poor hematite. Bismuth. Poor hematite. Poor hematite. Poor hematite. Because I could look into getting iron and getting right into that, but I don't really think I have the resources for that either. Because I need hello. For that, I need more fire clay, a lot more fire clay, to make bloomeries, bricks for bloomeries, and like, I kind of want to use the fire clay. Hello. The fire clay I have right now for ovens. Like, I don't have enough for an oven. Even, and I want an oven. I want to be able to oven cold food, hot out eat the food. You know. Very important stuff like that. Where's that copper at? Pretty sure I picked it up around here. Unless the quartz is somehow, or the copper is somehow behind the quartz, which would be kind of annoying, honestly. Annoying in a like a lobster too buttery kind of way. And that, oh no, I have to get this important resource so I can get to this other important resource. But at the same time, I don't have the space for quartz. It's probably over in this direction. Right? I'm gonna dig over in this direction, and if it's behind the quartz, I'm gonna be a little sad. Yeah, it's above the quartz. Okay, this is not a problem though. I just have to dig up from here instead. Yana? No. I don't know why it's not going off again, so... There you go, manual. Thank you for aftercare, I guess. Shiny orange rock is around here somewhere. With the head pat? No, that was not the head pat. That was supposed to come with the bonk, but the bonk never works the first time, I swear. I have tool. It's tool assisted bonking. I can't find this copper. Well, I mean I can, but I can't put it in my bag. I mean, on the plus side, how much? 70, 590, 630? That's 3 ingots of copper. Truthfully, this home site has just been nothing but disaster. Constant disaster after disaster. Between the forces of hell invading constantly, I say that... I'm about to say a bunch of problems that haven't happened a single time this stream, so I'm going to sound like a hypocrite. But trust me, every other stream it has been a constant thorn on my side. Creatures from hell constantly invading. Rain that never goes away. Grasshopper sounds that are loud as hell and also never go away. And a lack of useful base metals. Useful base resources. Like, I'd be lying if I said, like, I'm not very satisfied with a lot of the stuff that has shown up around my base. Like, being surrounded by chalk and bauxite is actually pretty big. The problem is I'm being shot. That's a separate problem. The problem is that it's useful 40 hours into the world. Like, I'm pretty sure bauxite isn't useful until I decide to start making steel. And I haven't even gotten to iron yet. I've barely gotten into bronze. Now, chalk is significantly more useful immediately if I just wasn't so damn lazy about it right now. Because I can grind the chalk into limestone? Into like lime? I think it's lime. It's lime. It's lime. I'm calling it, it's lime. Whatever it is, it's lime. You grind it down, and then you mix it with water, and then you get a substance to soak all those wolf hides I've been collecting in. And then once they're soaked and, like, prepared, I can stick them in a solution from oak logs, and then make leather. So like chalk, great for making leather. I will never run out of stuff to make leather with. I'm just lazy and don't want to make the thing that I need to grind down the rocks without getting automatic power from a windmill or a water wheel to grind down the rocks. And I thought I had installed the mod that makes it to where I can make a water wheel out of bronze instead of iron. Because apparently that's more accurate to life anyway. But lo and behold, I did not do that. Do I have the full flax field planted? Alley-oop. Nope, missing one. Thankfully the grasshoppers aren't going to happen at this time of day. You... This has been a weird stream progress. Weird stream progress-wise. I feel like a lot was done, but not much was gained, if that makes any sense. But I'm certainly not any worse off, so that's a win. That's a win in my book. I was like, what do I need to focus on now? I should really just make that leather. I get so much from leather. I get bigger bags. I can't believe YouTube Studio hasn't lost tracking yet. I just looked up. It's been losing tracking all stream, and I don't know why. I get bigger backpacks. I get armor. I'm still going around basically naked. And like, what else? What can a man do with leather in this game? Especially with all the mods I have. I can make a shield. I can make leather armor. And before I need metal for that. Stitching all. Armor. Saddle, leather backpack, that's the big thing. Leather strips for a good binding. Composite prod. Yes, better crossbows. I made one and I've barely been using it. And if I really feel so inclined, I can... Oh. Don't tell me I need to make blue dye to be able to make improved metal armors. Oh my god, I think I need to make blue dye. Maybe it's easy. Maybe it's easy. How do I make blue dye? Literally just a random plant. Okay. It's not that bad. Takes days, but it's not that bad. Alright, it's been 5.5 hours. I've been having a great time, but it has to come to an end eventually. Let me see who's live. Wow, I don't see you streaming often. Well, if you feel like complete tonal whiplash is your thing, how about a comfy mahjong streamer to raid into? Raid. She doesn't stream often, but she does occasionally stream. She's very active in the mahjong community. She does a lot of stuff, ran tournaments, charity tournaments that I've been a part of, and deadass like is probably the biggest inspiration for me becoming a VTuber because like they were one of the first ones that I found past like the big corpos that was like, oh wow, anyone can do this, huh? Because it was just like it wasn't like someone with big backing. It was just a person, just like me. So yeah, no, they were a big inspiration. They're super comfy. They are a great resource for learning how to play mahjong, or they can at least direct you to ones. They're great. They're wonderful. I don't know. I mean, I know when I'm off. I think I have the same days off next week, Tuesday and Wednesday. So likely streams then. Depends on how I feel that day. Like it always is. I don't make schedules. Half the time I say I stream, I don't for X reason or whatever. But I'm off Tuesday and Wednesday. If I'm going to stream, it's going to be those days. Hopefully, if I see ya, I'll see ya. Have a good one.